Education meeting is hereby called to order. We do have the presence of a quorum. So we will get started. We're going to start with the act of reverence and pledge allegiance to the flag. Commissioner Adams, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Cruz, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have minutes from the March 28th and April 16th meeting. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. We'll go to speakers. We have several speakers. I'm going to call all our speakers up during this section of the meeting so that way folks don't have to wait around, because we do have a long meeting. So I'm going to call speakers not addressing the agenda item after I call speakers on agenda item. We always put our students first, so I'm going to call speakers up in two. You'll have 2 minutes. When you hear the beep, I would just ask that you conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Tariq Cleveland. Is Tariq here?
One moment.
Is Lyndon Lowenstein here?
Yes, he is.
Lyndon, come on up.
My name is Lyndon New. I go to school 23, and I'm a third grader. I like math and ELA intervention because it is challenging and fun. This is one of the reasons I do not want the district to cancel the intervention program. It might stop us from learning more advanced math. We learn 2 by 2-digit multiplication. We are also working on decimals. In ELA, we are working on brochures about China. We made a PowerPoint on planets in the solar system. We also did a PowerPoint on 7 continents. I really enjoy intervention. In math, we have about 10 students in intervention. In ELA, we have about 16 students. Please do not cancel the intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. Tariq Cleveland.
Hello. I'd like to thank you for letting me speak on behalf of my school. My main point today is that if you would give us a chance to let us expand our school into what I think would be a golden age for the city school district, so we can show you that we can improve our test grade scores. Countries in Africa and kingdoms like Rome or the Mali Empire expand, and their governments didn't stop them, and that's why they have a big impact on the world. Understand that some of our test percentage has been dropped a little bit, but we're still above average of most schools in the city school district, and our test scores are somewhat similar to that of the states. If you decide to execute your plan, you not only destroy our school, but you destroy our community and our way of living. You might destroy successful of how kids can be. This is crucial to student development, I believe. Thank you.
Mr. Cleveland, what school are you from?
World of Inquiry.
Word of Inquiry. Okay, thank you. Felix Schneider.
Dear Board of Education, my name is Felix Schneider. I am a third grader at school number 23. Please don't cancel our intervention times. They are fun, interesting, and advanced. In math intervention, we do 4th and 5th grade work. For example, we do decimal long multiplication and division right now. We also add and subtract decimal numbers. In ELA intervention, we do these awesome presentations that are very fun and exciting to do. And people love my presentations because I add lots of cool stuff. That will get me extra points on my report card, probably. For example, this year we have done PowerPoint presentations and brochures about our favorite planet, the 7 continents, one of the natural disasters, and about China. I like getting together in small groups because it's a good way to learn new things. If there was no intervention, it would be more boring at school, which isn't fun. Now you know why canceling intervention would be a bad thing for the students at School 23. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Felix. Cristo Augusto. Bianca Martinez. Dimarilise Lara.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amarella Sara, and I am here today to hopefully stop the Board of Education from depriving students of health education until 11th grade. Many children's parents don't acknowledge their children about information learned in health class. If they aren't even taught at home, how are teens supposed to receive information taught in health if they are deprived of it until 11th grade? Drug use by teen will increase because they won't know the consequences that come with them. Also, from 8th to 10th grade, many teens become sexually active. The rate of teen parents will most likely increase. Lastly, teenagers, usually females, develop eating disorders. Eating disorders not only affect a person's physical health, but mental health also. The things you learn in health education will be used in real-life scenarios. Without it, life for teens will be affected immensely. Thank you.
Thank you. Lul Jailani. Lul Jailani. Lul Jailani will be followed by Olivia Arnett.
Hello, my name is Lord Jailani. I am a scholar at Wilson Foundation Academy. One of my favorite classes to go to is health. When I heard about how health education wasn't going to be mandated in schools until children go to 11th grade, I was heartbroken. My first thought was why. My guess is maybe they don't want to pay teachers until their financial problems are resolved. I remember watching the news and seeing teachers fired because the district didn't have enough money to pay them. I believe that the district is getting this all the way wrong when they lay off teachers. In health, we learn about drugs, teen pregnancy, and so on. This gives us the knowledge of what is right and wrong. I hereby stand up for health education to continue on to 9th graders, and please just give us a chance. Teachers are devoted to their jobs as we are devoted to the knowledge they give us.
Thank you. Olivia Arnett.
Hello, my name is Olivia Arnett, and I'm from School Without Walls. School Without Walls has changed my life in so many ways. It has opened my eyes that I can do anything I'm willing to do, and am capable of getting to any college if I set my mind to it. In the end of the 60s, 1960s that is, a bunch of students from Monroe, their teachers and parents came together to create an alternative school where these kids can learn. They didn't learn from test scores. Their whole entire thing wasn't based on test scores. It was based on their own knowledge and how far they can take themselves. And 40 years later, it's still helping kids. It's still improving the way they live, the way they encourage other people to do what they like to do. I just feel that School Without Walls should not be changed, and I honestly feel that if it does change, I might be hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole O'Hara. Nicole O'Hara will be followed by Jackie Katie.
I'm here to speak on behalf of School Without Walls. I don't want my school to change and become a traditional school. School Without Walls has helped me grow greatly as a person. If I hadn't gone to School Without Walls, I would not have the courage to come up here and speak for my school. My school has made me very independent and has made me a stronger person. I'm not afraid to stand up for what I believe in. I'm not afraid to go out and talk to people. And our school is a strong school. And no matter what, you can't change our independence. We're so independent and we're so strong as a community. It's a family there, and I can't imagine not ever being there.
Thank you. Jackie Katie?
You always hate to be the one who has to follow such good presentations, but I'll do my best. I handed out some materials, but I think I'm kind of close to that, a copy of a memo that I sent to the superintendent and discussed with him this afternoon. I am asking for no cuts in the pre-K budgets for the community providers. I did have a good conversation with the superintendent this afternoon. He promised that we could have a meeting to discuss my concerns. And so I particularly appreciate it. He also encouraged me to come to the school board, even though we had talked this afternoon. Let me summarize, kind of highlight the concerns that I have. The city school districts receives $5,650 for each pre-K student from New York State, but only $3,400 of that was allocated to the CBOs last year. Tonight, you're going to be asked to approve new pre-K contracts, and several of those are going to be for less than last year and less than the actual costs of these community agencies. I would highlight in the memo that I put in front of you, it's this, language from State Ed, this is from their website, that gives the example that if a district contracts out for 10% of the children, then the provider should receive about 10% of the funds. In our case, our community agencies have received 60%. Not 100%, not 90, not 80, not 70, about 60% of the funding. And this year, with these contracts that will come before you tonight, many of them are anticipating receiving less than that. I'm asking you to look at the pre-K contracts from a community perspective and look at these pre-K providers as partners. They provide the same high-quality pre-kindergarten experience that the district provides. Many of the 20 agencies who will be presented this evening have very fragile finances. You know them. A lot of them are the heart and soul of their communities. They're little beacons of hope in their impoverished communities. The superintendent has agreed to review specific concerns about the pre-K budget, and I truly appreciate that. I am asking the school board to go farther than that. I'm asking you to make a policy statement about a fair rate of reimbursement for the community agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Yawarski. After Ms. Yawarski will be Doug Click.
Hi, and thank you for listening tonight. I am here in support of the resolution that I think is presented tonight that preserves the school building at 353 Congress Ave, where the Dr. Walter Cooper Academy is now housed, with reservations, with the qualification that I'm not convinced any elementary school should be closed. But as between the choices that are given, I believe that closing the school presently at site of 44 preserves the most opportunity for a future with neighborhood or community schools for all of Southwest Rochester. In my mind, 44 without an adequate outdoor space is of concern. With extended days and possible year-round use, adequate outdoor space is essential to health and learning. The area near 44, though, has several options if the school district wants to keep a school in that neighborhood, including the Gardner Street Rec Center and Danforth Community Center, which could be sites to be developed into neighborhood community education facilities. They are more centrally located to an area that needs to be served rather than where School 44 is at the fringe. But I'm grateful that School 10 is preserved. There's no comparable site in that area. If we lost that school, we'd lose any future possibility of a community facility. It's difficult to know what public education will look like in 20 years or even 10 years, but will always be needed as a neighborhood community space to come together at all ages to share ideas and learn and work together. An environmentally sustainable future will place such a community-owned facility in each walkable neighborhood. I have a petition here, which I hope I can leave, with the names of families, friends, and neighbors who also support a resolution to keep the Dr. Walter Cooper Academy at its Congress Avenue home, open and in place. We appreciate all the listening that the district has done and the respectful response that the administration has given to us and those who gave input to the new budget, where there was also strong support for neighborhood schools. I appreciate all the hard work and the difficult job that the Facilities Modernization Plan has. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Click. Doug Click. Doug Click will be followed by John Curran.
Hello, I'm Doug Click, a community representative speaking on behalf of School Without Walls. With me is Michael Frazier, and for his senior project, he is doing the newspaper for the school, and he would like to pass out a copy of
You
the
can
newspaper.
you can hand those right to the clerk, she'll hand them down.
Okay, pass it out to the clerk, how's that? Michael has been accepted at 8 colleges and will be attending New York University this year. I just wanted to make that point.
Excellent.
Congratulations, Michael. Couple things, I'll give you a little background on me. I have been the portfolio and mentor. I've participated in that program, the junior year summative programs there, as well as the senior exit interviews at School Without Walls during a number of years. One of the reasons I've done this is I'm a person who, when I believe in a school, when I believe in an institution, pour my heart and soul into that, and I'm dedicated to that. School Without Walls, one thing I'd like to refer you to, seems to be lost on a lot of people, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. One of the most important things I think it happens at School Without Walls, and why I believe in it, is because it is, as Nicole indicated, it's a family. And one of the things on that scale is a family, a need to belong before achieving happens, before actualization happens. If you refer to Maslow's theory, you'll see some of that information. The staff is a tremendously dedicated staff, giving up weekends, after school. These are just my observations. Putting in more time, dedicating themselves to the students there. And the students feel that and react to that. You've heard that testimony. Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Malik, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cliff.
Evans. And thank you all
Thank you.
for the time.
Thank you. And congratulations to Mr. NYU. Congratulations, sir. John Curran. And John Curran will be followed by John Boutte.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Curran, city resident. I'm also a retired teacher with 30 years of experience for the city school district. The Dr. Walter Cooper Academy of Expeditionary Learning at the Lewis H. Morgan School, the name says it all. Dr. Walter Cooper stands for quality education in an urban setting, continually to get better. Lewis H. Morgan is perhaps better known as being the father of American anthropology. To me, he is the inventor of expeditionary learning. The east side of the city already has 4 expeditionary learning centers. The west side only has 1. This potential loss comes at a time when Southwest Rochester is reclaiming and proclaiming our very rich historic heritage. To understand American history, just take a walk along Rochester's riverfront. Start at Genesee Valley Park. As you walk along past U of R, past Brooks Landing, you're experiencing the Native American time frame. Walk farther at Brooks Landing, go further, you're passing along the long-forgotten Genesee Valley Canal. Continue further, you'll experience the abolition period of Susan B. Anthony and Frederick Douglass. Proceeding by the Flint Street area, a Civil War camp, a training camp where the soldiers trained who then turned the tide of battle at Gettysburg. Continue farther, you had Rochester's innovative vacuum oil refinery. The route continues to downtown, ends at Main Street at the 872 location where Susan B. Anthony cast her vote. Lewis H. Morgan understood how culture developed a sense of place. The place for expeditionary learning is where it actually happened. Strengthen and support the Dr. Walter Cooper Academy where it belongs and is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Boutte.
Good evening. My name is John Boutte. I'm with the Southwest Education Committee and also with the 19th Ward Community Association. I dropped off a flyer with you a little earlier that shows some of the reasons that I'm pointing to for keeping the expeditionary learning program at School 10 at the former Building 37. I think that this is an area that really has a need for a top-notch program. It also offers a lot of support for, as John Curran just reviewed, there's a lot of things in the neighborhood that can work well with the expeditionary learning program there. The question that's been up is whether this would be moved to school number 1 over on the east side. And while that's a nice area, Building 37 is really the place that we need to keep active and vibrant in the 19th Ward. We have many, many more students, about 10 times more students that would be attending that school from the local area if it were just a community school than we have over at school number 1. And we really need to put our investment where the need is rather than where it isn't. While this is a citywide draw school that draws students from throughout the city, it has its biggest contingent is students from the 19th Ward, and the parents of those students are able to be involved with the school more readily than if they had to drive across town to do so. So the very fact that we have a significant contingent in that citywide draw school supports our being able to enhance the school by parental involvement.
Thank you, Mr. Boutte. Thank you. I'm going to move to the list of speakers not addressing an agenda item so that way you don't have to wait. And I'm going to call up Megan Reddington. Is Ms. Reddington here? And I'm going to call you up in twos. And after Ms. Reddington, if Mr. Dingle, James Dingle, can start making his way up to the front, that'd be great too. Ms. Reddington.
Commissioner Evans, we have a student who is here that was left off the list. Could he go ahead of me?
Go ahead, and what's the student's name?
This is Unique.
Okay, Unique. I'll call him. Go ahead, Ms. Reddington. Unique, you'll be after Ms. Reddington. Ms. Reddington, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Megan Delahanty Reddington, and I am a cheerleader. As president of the World of Inquiry School, I am cheering on the RCSD, School 58. I have 2 children there, School 23. I have a student in the pre-K there. And believe it or not, I'm cheering on all of you. Please take a look at this budget and do not pass it unless you are making sure that all the schools that are innovative models and that are achieving will be maintained and keep families in the district. 2 weeks ago, our PTO held our monthly meeting. The Board of Education and leaders from the district office were invited to hear budget concerns. We were so grateful to have Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Elliott, Dr. Vargas, Brenda Pacheco, Beverly Burrell Moore, and Bill Ansbro present at the meeting. To our community, it felt like teacher, parent, district, board collaboration. It felt like district officials were taking into consideration the investment that we have put into School 58. It felt like we were being recognized for innovation and for the positive impact our students are having on the community and for the positive press we bring the district. We were all stakeholders that night working hard to put the needs of our students first. The meeting had 70+ parents, teachers, and community members in attendance. It was high energy and it was true to what our school is, and that is exceptional. World of Inquiry is a community of high expectations, and we expect a lot from our students, from our teachers, from our parents, from our administrators, and we deliver. And you may be sitting here thinking, but your test scores went down, or your test scores need to be higher. But in an urban district with a high concentration of poverty, that is not how we measure our success solely. There is other data that keeps family from moving out of the city. Our attendance rate is the highest at 97%. We have over 100 students on the waiting list at kindergarten and students wanting to get in 7th grade. A low number of teachers request voluntary transfers. But here tonight, representing our parent-teacher group, I want to share with you that we have high expectations for you, the board. And there are things that you can achieve. Please fully fund World of Inquiry School in its current model. You can commit to finishing what we've started. We have 2 years and we will be a K-12 school. Please let our students finish what we have started so that they are college ready. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Unique, come on up. Actually, go ahead, Mr. Dangle. Go ahead, Mr. Dangle, and then Unique, you'll be next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Denegal, and I'm a father. I'm a single parent just as well. And my son, Jotham Denegal, he attends school number 54. And he was just accepted, his acceptance letter for music to the School of the Arts. And without that program, and School 54 and its teachers, he would not have made it this far. And I'm just here to applaud you for what you have done, and let's not cut the cord. Let's not give up on the children. Nowadays, there's games, there are other activities out there after school that they could be more involved in. And I thank you for allowing my son to be a part of School 54 and the program that you guys have set up to keep him out of danger. And here he is.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to say that school wouldn't be school without music. I know since I'm in higher grades that it won't seem like I would be mad about this because I would get more music time, but the grades that would get less time, they wouldn't like it because every other special that we have, I could probably say that we won't act as good, but in music, everybody is calm and everybody is acting on their best behavior because music, we all love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Unique, come on up, Unique.
Okay, you want to say something? Music is its own language.
After Unique will be Zakina Dixon-Bird and then Jeremy Hawk. Unique.
Before I start, I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance and the board for letting me speak on such short notice. World of Inquiry was created in the late 60s in response to the race riots of 1964. The school was originally given federal funding, which is rare for any public school, and became a beacon of diversity and understanding in the Rochester City School District. The school's naturally unorthodox system worked well into the 70s, when the school district became more invested in test scores and effective student development. The changes were considered small. However, they had massive repercussions on the school and showed in the school's academics. World of Inquiry became what unfortunately ruins most schools, a cookie-cutter model. Luckily, World of Inquiry returned to its original system years later. Because of its curriculum and creativity, World of Inquiry is the winner of a 2010 Blue Ribbon Award, considered at a national level a successful example of expeditionary learning, and so successful that the district chose to make us a K-12 school. Decades later, we face a similar situation. The Rochester City School District wants to change aspects of World of Inquiry in an attempt to improve or structure our system. Even though World of Inquiry statistics have shown year after year to surpass the city school district's average and improve its support system annually with new connections in the community. World of Inquiry is being asked to change its above-average system to something that potentially cannot even guarantee improved success or equal success to what is being accomplished now. History has shown that attempting to structure World of Inquiry will do measurable damage to it, and we need to learn from our past and not make this a cycle. But in an attempt to compromise, I suggest that the district wait 2 more years until we have, before making this decision, so we'll have our graduation rate with our first K through 12 year, and we can accurately and completely measure World of Inquiry and make an accurate decision. Also, because the Rochester City School District promised me and my peers that we would be able to graduate from World of Inquiry the way it was, and this board, I hope this board will honor that word. Lastly, this district's belief is that every child is a work of art, create a masterpiece. But a masterpiece cannot be painted on a weak canvas. Please do not make World of Inquiry a weak canvas.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Zakina Dixon-Bird, and then Jeremy Hawk. If Jeremy Hawk is here, please come forward, Mr. Hawk.
Each child is a work of art. Create a masterpiece. I was molded, painted, and polished at School Without Walls, now an alumni. I stand before you to advocate for alternative education, expeditionary learning, and extraordinary individuals. School Without Walls is extraordinary in its approach in which they place the reins of individual academic destiny in the students' hands, allowing full control without letting students lose control. Emphasis on academic independence and both individual and collective success creates independent, critically thinking, reflective, and constructivist learners who realize collegial achievement is key. Graduates who understand that we get out of our journey what we put into it. As a future Rochester City School District teacher and an attendee of several Common City schools, I am well aware that there are several problems and not many solutions in regards to what process ends in academic success. Legislation and pointed fingers that rotate between families and staff like clockwork, litigating and assuming who was to blame. School Without Walls, staff and students understand success in the hierarchy of academia is individually based, and when a conducive environment that is student-centered is in place, individual needs can be met and individual achievements can be made. Students who do not see senior projects, expeditionary work, or immersion courses as obstacles, but as opportunities. Students who see portfolios, community service, and extended class not as cheats, but as challenges. Students who know freedom, respect, and entitlement are not privileges, but luxuries. School is a place to not only grow academically, but overall as a human being. And something amazing for humanity is happening on School Without Walls campuses. An unforeseeable art by Van Gogh or Picasso themselves. Masterpieces. Don't clear the canvas.
Jeremy Hawk.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Hawk. I'm a proud parent of 3 boys at school number 23, and I'm here tonight to request you maintain the staff to keep the school's differentiated learning program the way it is today. I've seen how it's benefited my kids, how it's benefited School 23 to be the best elementary school in the district, and how it's on par, if not surpassing, many suburban schools in our county, east side, west side, all around the county. And I'd like to keep it that way. My 11-year-old son, Bailey, has received intervention since kindergarten when Marlene Blocker was the principal there. And he's been challenged and motivated by the teachers. His younger brother, Adam, is in 3rd grade. And when I ask him about his day, his eyes light up when he talks about enrichment. It's the highlight of his day. Now, their younger brother, Casey, is in kindergarten, and he too is getting differentiation. And I want to see him get it all the way through 6th grade like his brother Bailey. There are many middle-class families in our neighborhood, and there are several that just on my block with just kids a year or 2 away from joining the School 23 family, and it really is a family. When they ask me my opinion about what 23 is like, I tell them that 23 is a great school. It is a great example of some of the many gems that we have in our district, and that I feel proud to send my kids there. And I would recommend it to any of them. However, under the proposed budget for next year, I cannot recommend School 23 if the 5 positions in differentiated learning are taken away. I want to keep those 5 experienced teachers at 23 so my boys and their classmates can continue to grow. not just kids from middle-class families, but all kids in the neighborhood and beyond. I think that all of the children deserve that opportunity to be at a successful, proven successful school. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the kids that can, their parents will move them on to other choices, and that they won't get the same experience that my kids did. So please don't make that happen at Francis Parker. I urge you to come and check out the program, talk to Mrs. Blocker, talk to the kids, and please keep our plan the way it is. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hawk. Molly Cypers and Connie Ross, if you're here, if you can come forward, Ms. Ross.
Hi, my name is Molly Cipher, and I'm a parent at 23 Francis Parker, as well as Jerry. As part of the school-based planning team at 23, I've been able to witness firsthand the effectiveness of the differentiated instruction that our team of teachers has developed. It is unprecedented and is currently sought out by other schools within the district as a guide for improving their schools. As part of this team, I've noted that each person plays an integral part in making our program function as efficiently as it does. They are each an important piece to a very complex puzzle that serves as the very basis for our school. Without the cohesive, supportive nature of this team, I fear that our program will regress and ultimately not succeed. This is extremely disheartening to think that the individuals who have served to make our school as strong as it is and have given the school district something to be proud of are now being punished for doing just that. Prior to serving on the school-based planning team, I had no idea what it took to make our differentiated groups work. I just knew that it served my son extremely well. He's never complained of being bored and is working above grade level in every area. I'm blown away at the ingenuity and intelligence that our teachers have in developing a way to meet the needs of every one of our students. Our school is supported by teachers who have figured out this unique way to support each other within the school day so that they can consistently meet each student where he or she needs them. I was also fortunate enough to be part of the extended day planning team, which speaks to the relationship that 23 has with the families of the students there to have a parent on that team. There are teachers to be lost from our school who work diligently and relentlessly on the development of our extended day program. The problem is that the plan was made using everyone on our current instructional staff. Taking their strengths and talents into consideration was a huge part of our planning for the ELT program. The program has been accepted by the staff and was voted to pass. This approval, however, was based on the expectation that we would have our current staff. You can imagine how losing vital staff members will threaten the integrity of this program. This is a program that has been promoted by the school district, and we are so excited to implement it, but we really need our current staff to do so successfully. A couple of weeks ago, I held a school choice meeting for our neighborhood because I believe strongly in 23's results, culture, and methods. I wanted to share my excitement with the families because I feel like Francis Parker does such a great job, and people need to know about the positive things that the city school district is doing, but we really need our staff to be able to implement these things and continue the good work that we're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cypher. Connie Ross. And if Greta New, if you're here, if you can come forward also. Good evening.
Good evening. When researching for a school to enroll my son in, I looked through the Rochester City School District's booklet and browsed its websites and analyzed my findings to pick what I felt would be the best choices for my child's development. School 23 turned out to be our first choice. Although some things have changed at the school since he started there in kindergarten, even after reductions to programs and resources, one thing has managed to stay the same. That is the culture of dedication to individual student success shown by the principal, all of the teachers, and the staff members. My son has been an active participant in the program we call Intervention for several years, and through it I have watched him progress and grow. I've been made well aware of his exact challenges and what actions are being taken to address them. Not only has the focused attention helped him bring his reading and language skills more in line with those of his peers and to the required grade level, but it has also helped him develop his social skills and learning to work in small groups toward a common goal. He has learned that others face the same challenges he does, but together they can all learn. He comes home each day completely aware of his own progress and growth, and often has more of an understanding of what he has left to accomplish than I do. Nothing has shown me his inspiration more than when he has come home and proudly proclaimed, "Mom, guess what? I moved up another level in reading." I ask that you seriously consider the consequences of removing these specialist positions that are unique to School 23 and are focused on meeting each child's need. While attention is often turned to declining graduation rates, I believe that the pathway to a child's educational success is formed much earlier than when they reach high school. It is formed as soon as they are old enough to know that others believe in them, and more importantly, they are taught to believe in their own possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Greta New. And if Dagmar Kaufman is here, if you can come forward.
Members of the Board of Education, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Greta New, and I'm the parent of a third grader at School 23. And I urge the Board of Education to maintain the instructional staff for differentiated learning and to restore the music program at Francis Parker Elementary School. Through the Extended Learning Time program, the City of Rochester is engaged in an important experiment. And we are not alone in this effort. This extended learning program, as you know, is underway in 5 different states. Francis Parker Elementary School is one of the few locations in the state of New York to embark on ELT, and we already have an admirable track record with helping students succeed. This is in great part due to the fact that every one of the more than 300 students at Francis Parker is assessed and works in small groups every day. They work for small groups for intervention, again, every day, sometimes more than once a day. The certified teachers who provide this intervention are top-notch, dedicated, and work well with the students, the parents, and with one another. For its ELT program, the staff created a carefully and thoroughly researched plan, as you heard with Molly Cipher. In order to succeed, the children need the instructional staff who provide this intervention. They've been working successfully with these teachers for several years and will benefit from them, especially during this important transition year for 2013 to 2014. Now, as numerous studies have proven, an extended day is not in itself a solution to keeping students motivated, learning, and on track for moving to the next grade level. It's critical to include more arts and music education, and this is necessary for all schools, I add, regardless of whether or not they're participating in extended learning time. I've been teaching college students for over 15 years at both private and public institutions, including here in Rochester, University of Rochester, SUNY Brockport College, and St. John Fisher College. And many of my most dedicated, hardworking, creative, and thoughtful students have studied music as children, and many continue to do so while in college. I mention this because for students in the RCSD district, school is their only opportunity to participate in and learn music and the arts. And this is important for not only their primary education, secondary, and college education, but in their careers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Dagmar Kaufman, and if Gary Ernahan is here, if you can come forward also.
Good evening. My name is Dagmar Kaufman, and I'm the mother of the wonderfully spirited third grader at School 23 who spoke to you earlier. My choice to live in the city of Rochester and to send my child to a district school was deliberate and intentional. School 23 has been a wonderful experience for our family. My son is learning and thriving academically, has made a diverse group of friends, and is asking great questions about the world we live in. I'm involved in the school community as much as I can, and this year I'm privileged to serve as the co-president of the very active PTA of School 23. School 23 has a history of strong community support and is one of the most popular choices among parents in the district. It is quite remarkable, given our poverty rate, increasing special ed and special needs populations, and steadily decreasing funds, how well students learn at School 23, as demonstrated by our high test scores, and how proud families feel to be part of the School 23 community. Unfortunately, we recently learned that budget cuts and other proposed changes for next year threaten to eliminate one of the most unique and successful aspects of the School 23 educational experience: the daily blocks of small group differentiated instruction for every child. Based on this model, each student at School 23 now receives at least 30 minutes of specialized small group instruction in ELA and math every day. Classroom teachers and coaches meet regularly about each student's learning trajectory in order to determine the optimal small group support for each child. While all children in School 23 affectionately and non-judgmentally call this intervention, coaches actually provide enrichment, prevention, or intervention depending on the child's needs. In their small group, students are challenged at their most optimal level, which fosters not only their academic growth, but also continued enjoyment of learning and a sense of mastery for them. As parents who care about the Rochester City School District and as a whole, we believe that School 23 can compete with many suburban and private schools and could serve as a model school that would inspire more families to stay in or move into the district. Many of us parents feel very upset and worried about the prospect of losing the 5 instructional positions necessary to provide our highly successful differential instruction program, which comes on the heel of losing much funding for the arts and music in recent years already. We believe these proposed cuts would severely compromise the integrity and quality of our children's education. I understand that these are tough fiscal times and that resources need to be closely examined and redistributed, but I cannot accept this plan as an adequate solution, and I absolutely believe that we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Ernahan.
Good evening. My name is Gary Carnahan. I'm a School 23 parent. I have a son currently in the 3rd grade, a daughter who will be starting kindergarten in the fall. I came this evening to speak to the proposed budget, specifically addressing the elimination of 5 educational positions. Others have spoken about how the current system works, so I'm going to save a bit of time and go off script. It's not only the loss of the current intervention system that has me concerned. Next year, 23 will be starting the extended day. Mrs. Maureen and her staff have worked tirelessly to create an educational plan and a schedule for those extra hours. But how can this be expected to succeed with 5 team members lost? I'm a senior engineer. I can tell you from training and from experience that any staff alteration during a major process change is only a recipe for disaster, and staff reduction doubly so. But this coming year is going to be exciting with the extended day, and how we implement this may have lasting effects far beyond Rochester. Our school and the district is going to have a lot of attention federally, state, from other schools, and from the media. I'd like to make sure that this is all good attention by allowing Mrs. Maureen to keep her vital staff, the staff that she has trained, and depends on each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ernahan. Elizabeth Guminski and William Guminski. Elizabeth Guminski, if you're here, and you'll be followed by William Guminski.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. Like the other 23 parents, I want to keep intervention in our school. I'm a proud parent of twins, kindergarten twins at School 23. My husband and I chose number 23 for a variety of reasons. We live right down the street. We live in a great community. We love our area. And the main reason is because the great reputation of School 23. When I was looking for further information regarding School 23, I went to the Rochester District website. On the home page, under elementary schools, is written, each Rochester elementary school has its own personality, a combination of people, programs, and partnerships that meet with the needs of students with specific interests and abilities. All of Rochester schools are committed to helping students reach high academic standards and their full potential as individuals. This made me very happy. I heard that School 23 started differential support intervention 4 years ago and has been a great success. When my children first started kindergarten, I was very concerned about the new core curriculum standards and how my kids would do with so much expected of them. Boy, how things have changed since we were young, right? When I was in kindergarten, you played. Now you have to read a book in front of a stranger and be tested on it. That's a lot. But my kids have grown and excelled through differential learning. My son is on target now, and my daughter is excelling in above standards. I am just very worried going forward that this differential learning will not exist anymore, and there'll just be
somebody sitting in the back of the class and the teacher will do her best, but with people, some of them not speaking English, special needs, I don't know how a teacher can really overcome all those challenges and then teach effectively. So I just want to say thank you. Please keep differential learning in schools, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaminsky. William Kaminsky?
Hello, my name is William Gaminsky. My twins, as my wife explained, are Catherine and Victor. They're in kindergarten at School 23. So I'm here tonight with a slew of other parents from School 23 to express to the board the need to continue what we've talked about so much, this program with misnomer intervention. As was described, it's a program at School 23 they started about 4 years ago, which truly it's like they break the kids into small groups of 6 and they get very focused instruction. And as countless studies have shown, everybody's well aware that higher student achievement correlates directly with a lower student to instructor ratio. So the administration at School 23 came up with this way of creating this lower ratio. And the proposed budget now eliminates the 5 positions that staff the differentiated instruction. We need to keep this in the budget. In addition, you should probably consider expanding this program. There's at least 6 schools and a school in Binghamton that have come to School 23 to try and benchmark this program. I've seen a variety of metrics that have shown the effectiveness, and one of the most compelling ones was a ranking of the top 100 schools in like the Finger Lakes region, including Monroe County. School 23 ranked 49th on the list. It was the top school, city school on that list. It's got a poverty rate of 63%. The 48 schools ahead of it on the list have a poverty rate of less than 10%. These results would not be achieved without differentiated this intervention program. It will certainly not be sustained without it. So I implore you to take another look at the budget and get the funding in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaminsky. Molly Gilda, and we'll be followed by Michelle Hammond. So if Molly's here, if you can come forward, Molly, and then Michelle. If you're here, Michelle, if you can make your way to the front. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Molly Gilday. I have a first grader at School 23 and we'll have a kindergartner there in 2014. I'm a certified science teacher who did all of my student teaching in the city. I'm currently subbing for RCSD. I've also participated in after-school programs and summer programs with RCSD students. Because of this, I've spent time in many schools in the district and recognize that there are vast differences between them. School 23 stands out to me mostly because of the feel of the school. The teachers and students are happy to be at school, and it shows. I believe that this is because each child feels loved and appreciated for who they are and what they are capable of achieving. This would not be possible without the differentiated support that each child at the school gets. The teachers and specialists manage to work with each child at the appropriate level, so students are neither overwhelmed by the difficulty nor bored by the simplicity. This alone can prevent many of the behavioral problems that other schools face. I believe in equity, but equity should not mean that we make every school mediocre. Instead of tearing down the things that work, we should be finding funding to put these programs in other schools. In fact, many other schools in the district, as has already been mentioned, and are copying them. That's because it works. There are those who think that 23 performs well because of demographics, but that does not hold up when you look at the numbers. As was just mentioned, we were ranked number 49 in the top 153 schools in Monroe County. Our poverty rate is 63%, whereas all the schools ahead of us end anywhere nearby us, or on average less than 10%. So this model works. Please do not take away our differentiated instruction. And my kindergartner wrote a note that I'm also going to give to you that says, hopefully we will succeed. Hopefully we will not lose any teachers. I love the teachers. Love to all of me.
Thank you. Michelle Harmon. And if Jill Traver is here, Jill, if you can come forward, please.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Homan, and I'm the parent of a first grader at Francis Parker School 23. I deeply value the many ways that the community of School 23 meets the needs of my child. A brief list: enjoying learning new things, friendships with a diverse variety of classmates, positive relationships with the staff and teachers. So many know him by name. That's something I didn't get to experience. Achieving his potential as it develops, and building a tolerance for working steadily toward a goal. My mom attended a small, segregated neighborhood school. It was a very close-knit community and nurturing, and I like that 23 brings that for him. I attended an integrated county school, a very big school, academic excellence, and great college preparatory experience. And I am really happy that School 23 brings that to him. He has the best of both worlds, and differentiated learning and support with intervention helps make that possible. So, please don't send these 5 coaches away from our children, and don't break what makes School 23 a model across the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Traver. And if Alexis Stubb is here, if you can come forward, Alexis.
Good evening. My name is Jill Traver, and my 3 children attend School 23 in Soda. I will speak about next year's school budget and the impact of the centralizing of teacher, coaches, and music personnel. We've all heard tonight many stories of what, that School 23 is one of the top performing schools in the district. Our motto, each and every child is challenged and excels. Children in all grades receive differentiated support. And at 23, the teacher coaches work directly with the students to meet their needs with differentiated support. These coaches bring children up 1 to 2 grade levels with the extra help that they need. Likewise, many children are 2 to 4 years ahead in reading or math, and they require extra work to keep them engaged. Because MAP doesn't start until 4th grade, we need to keep these kids focused or risk losing our brightest students to the charter schools or suburbs. 23 is an academic model, but with next year's budget, we are slated to lose these 5 important teacher coaches. As 23 continues to add inclusion classrooms, it is even more imperative to keep our teaching staff intact. These teachers create a stable learning environment which generates success for all academic levels. Also, School 23 used to have a well-rounded music program. We've lost our entire strings program, and we have not been participating in all city concerts to its full potential. Next year's budget has modest increases for art and music to 0.5, but this is not enough. As 23 rolls out plans for next year's extended day program, parents are outraged that this longer school day does not include full-time music, full-time art, or the addition of strings. We ask you to restore a program to the 0.5 strings and 0.5 band that we used to have, along with full-time art and music. But the puzzling piece is the centralization of music personnel. These ensembles, chorus, band, strings, will only be funded and staffed based on demand and course selection. How does one go about making that selection when you're only in 2nd or 3rd grade? Who is making these determinations? The teachers aren't, principals say they can't, and the district says it's based on demand. Please, give us the forms, because at 23, we are ready to start signing up for chorus, strings, and band now. Academics and music should be of equal importance. Dr. Vargas, we would love for you to see the great things happening at our school. All of the board members are welcome. Please come and talk with us, and don't take away what is working at School 23. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexis Stubb. Juliet Sullivan, if you're here, if you can come forward.
Good evening, board members and our CSD families and students. My name is Alexis Stubbe. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Francis Parker School number 23, an educator, and a proud resident of Rochester. I am speaking tonight to vocalize the importance of retaining the 5 coaches that School 23 has been utilizing to differentiate instruction to all students attending our school. I want to emphasize that I am speaking for all students at School 23, not just my daughter. As an elementary school teacher, I understand the challenges educators face, attempting to create and balance meaningful, rigorous instruction that meets students' learning styles and abilities in an era of standardized testing, budget cuts, insufficient support, and larger class sizes. Today, classrooms are inclusive and diverse, which increases the richness of ideas and promotes respect and tolerance for others. Inclusion is progressive and positive, but requires schools and teachers to meet the needs of all students more than ever. School 23 has been utilizing coaches to provide individualized instruction to students in a small group setting. No doubt this helps to alleviate some of these challenges classroom teachers face, but more importantly, it helps students make progress at their own pace. I think it's also necessary to consider that School 23 is implementing an extended day program beginning in the fall of 2013. This is a huge undertaking that will only be more challenging with a deficit of teachers. How can we be expected to successfully apply a new school day when we will not be able to provide individualized academic instruction to students? After all, we've already lost any evidence of a robust arts program and music electives to appease the demands of strenuous New York State standards and standardized testing. Let me stress that it is imperative that students are getting their academic needs met in an individualized and meaningful way. What else could be more important? Students have the right to an education that meets them where they are. Again, I urge you to please reconsider eliminating these coaching positions and displacing these dedicated teachers who work diligently to get to know their students and support classroom teachers. They have helped Francis Parker School 23 flourish in a very dreary public education climate. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliet Sullivan and Monica Devine Haley, if you're here, if you can come forward, Monica.
Good evening. My name is Juliet Sullivan. I'm the mother of Margaret Sullivan, age 6, who attends School 23. I'm here tonight to ask you to continue to fund the small group instructional model, which is currently in place at the Francis Parker School. And I do want to say to you that I'm here at enormous personal difficulty tonight, leaving the side of a husband who's very ill, with 2 children who are being pretty badly behaved, I have to say. I hope that counts for something. Like every other parent in this room, probably in the world, I'm convinced that my daughter is a genius. I'll spare you my opinions, however, and I'll just stick to the facts. Margaret began reading and adding before her 3rd birthday. In 1st grade, she's teaching herself division. Although she's very happy in her 1st grade class, she repeatedly tells me that she is bored. She likes the ideas that she's learning about. She loves her teacher. She has friends. But her reading and math skills are way above grade level. Individualized instruction, what my daughter and her friends call intervention, gives my daughter the enrichment that she craves. My fear is that without this individualized instruction, my daughter is going to just check out, that she's going to think about her own thoughts during the day and not focus on what her teachers are teaching, which to my mind would be a terrible, terrible waste. I hope you'll continue to finance it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Monica Devine Haley. After Ms. Devine Haley, if Evan Lowenstein is here, Evan, if you can come forward.
Good evening. My oldest son has attended number 23 school for the past 3 years, and my youngest son started kindergarten this year. 23 school is our neighborhood school, and my husband actually graduated from there. We have had an overwhelmingly positive experience to date. My children have developed a sense of belonging and connection, and above all, they have received the support that they need as individuals. 23 is a small school, and like all of the city schools, it has been forced to make do with limited resources. For the past few years, we have had budget cuts to art, music, physical education, and support staff. Our principal, our teachers, and our parents have prioritized and kept our focus on providing the highest quality academic instruction. The proposed cuts would eliminate 5 instructors that provide individualized support to every child in the school every day in the form of prevention, intervention, and enrichment. My oldest son might have slipped through the cracks at another school. He could have been ignored because he's quiet. Teachers were able to recognize his unique learning needs and provide extra support at a time when he was anxious, or stimulation when he was bored. He has benefited from increased support in ELA, while at the same time getting enrichment in math. He participates daily in small groups, which has helped boost his confidence. He is now exceeding New York State standards in some areas. Without small group opportunities, he would have continued to sit quietly in a classroom full of children, feeling overwhelmed and frustrated, and more importantly, not reaching his potential. He no longer feels overwhelmed and enjoys attending school. He feels comfortable with his teachers and knows that he can approach them with his needs because he has had the opportunity to get to know them personally. I'm aware that everyone in this room cares deeply for the schools they are affiliated with, and many people struggle with change. However, these cuts are more than a change to adjust to. The result will alter the quality of our children's education. I'm advocating for maintaining the instructional standards and staff that are currently in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan Lowenstein. After Mr. Lowenstein, if Elizabeth Croney is here, if you can come forward, Ms. Croney.
I'm going to congratulate myself here because I'm the 1 millionth School 23 parent to speak tonight. But I think that means something. That's an important statistic for all of you to take note of.
I'm keeping track.
Again, I'm speaking also to the proposed cut of the differentiated learning program at School 23. My son was the young man with the long locks who spoke first this evening. I'm very proud of him. We all agree that our struggling school students deserve the attention that they need. But those with needs are not only those who are struggling or behind. This is not to say that the struggling students deserve less attention, but that this attention shouldn't happen at the expense of the advanced students that need extra attention to be sure they are engaged and challenged in their education. This special attention is, as you've heard, the reason many of us have our kids in School 23 instead of schools with much smaller student-teacher ratios. The unique differentiation School 23 offers our kids via what's been called the intervention and the enrichment program is essential to my son being engaged and happy at school. The differentiation is key to his experience and success in school and to his education as a whole. And frankly, without the program, I don't know that we'll want to keep him there at School 23 because he frankly won't be getting what he needs and what he deserves in his education. This is a program that's working, it's obvious, it's the kind of thing that should be expanded, not retracted. This doesn't make sense to me. This is a replicable program. I'm maybe naive to think that to say that for things like this, we find the money to do it. We find it, and we make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth. And Elizabeth, after Elizabeth will be John Tesurik.
Thank you all for the opportunity. Elizabeth Croney, my daughter Peyton goes to PS 23, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of her. Although I think I'm the 1 millionth and second customer or person that's talking about this tonight. We are one of the many families that count ourselves fortunate to be part of the Francis Parker PS 23 family. The staff, students, parents, and community all have a wonderful and strong connection. That's one of the many charms my husband and I were intrigued with when we started talking to folks and doing our due diligence on finding the right school for our daughter. We were new to the area, so we were soliciting a lot of opinions. On our tour with Principal Rhonda Morian, our interest was deepened as she explained the programs, one of them being the differentiated instruction, or as we affectionately all know it and call it, intervention and enrichment. This is one of the reasons why we're excited to learn that our daughter was accepted into the PS 23 kindergarten program. The uniqueness of this program to be supportive and challenged based on the child's specific academic needs was so imperative to their mental structure as they move up through the grades, starting at kindergarten, going all the way up through 6th, and then continuing on into other schools. As I explained to Peyton, our daughter, where I was going tonight and why, she was sad and the tears started to stream down her face. How do we get Miss Metris, that's her teacher, and the others to stay? Have they done something wrong? I learned so much from her and see how she thrives daily and how now she has excelled beyond her years in reading.
So it breaks my heart to tell her that one of her rocks, someone she admires and learns amazing things from, is now being let go because of budget cuts. On a personal note, she did offer for me to bring her piggy bank tonight. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. John Tesseri? And if Sharon Wilkerson is here, if you can come forward, Ms. Wilkerson, that'd be great.
Hi, my name is John Tarasuk, and my daughter Ella goes to school 23. She is a third grader. We're talking tonight about the proposed budget cuts that would end funding for the intervention in our city schools. At 23, we refer to intervention as small group instruction for each child, or enrichment groups. Enrichment groups are one of School 23's strengths. Enabling our kids to split into these groups is beneficial no matter what level they're at, what grade level. My daughter Ella, she was challenged in a higher group in ELA and was overwhelmed by the first few spelling lists that she received, and is now getting 4s in spelling. Even the bonus words they don't study for, she aces. The challenge from her enrichment group made her so much more confident and really built her spelling skills up. She has given oral presentations in class and received a 4, while when the school year started, she wouldn't even raise her hand in class. Our teachers talked about it with us. She wouldn't even raise her hand. Now she can stand up like I can and talk. Helping kids realize that they can take a challenge and succeed is a valuable lesson. This scenario wouldn't be possible without these group programs and enrichment programs at 23. In math, she started in the basic group and has moved forward into upper groups, and her skills have increased. She used to literally cry about math homework, and now she counts it among one of her favorite subjects. Because she had a teacher who would work with her at her level and help her with those fundamental skills until they became solid to her. And then she moved on. That has made the difference for her, and the tendency for kids to give up when they can't keep up is so strong. I am convinced that that is what would happen if we weren't able to begin her at her level, let her gain confidence and have progress. And this is with every child, not just my daughter. It is hard to have confidence in math or anything when the kid sitting right next to you might be exceeding, and you can see you can't keep up. These enrichment groups are needed to help the students at all levels. And in closing, I'd like to ask all of you to come down to 23 school and check out our groups and our programs before you cut anything from the budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tesseri. Sharon Wilkerson, and if Scott Shimmick is here, if you can come forward, Mr. Shimmick. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. Ms. Wilkerson.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Sharon Wilkerson. My daughter attends school number 23 and also have a child at Soda. The reason I'm here tonight, I heard about the budget cut and I disagree with it. My daughter started 23 in kindergarten. She's shy. She didn't quite know how to spell her name completely without fumbling. But now she's there and she's met a lot of friends. The teachers are great. The staff is just wonderful. When it comes to Marquita's learning, she comes home now from school and she said, "Mommy, look, I have a happy face today." So when she's doing her classwork, she's focusing more. She's understanding what the teacher says, and the staff takes the time to understand what she's trying to do and make out what she's trying to say. Her words fumble a lot, and she speaks very fast, but with the intervention program, they have helped her to slow down. So now when she comes home, she's tapping. She taps everything out, but that's helping her a great deal. Now, you also have to remember the children are our future, and without the future looking brighter for our children, where are they going to be? They depend on us. We teach them math, English, science, social studies. Without the teachers being in school and we have those programs cut, what are the children going to do? The children are saying, mine say to me, I would use for an example, when she's in school and she's learning and she don't understand, the teachers take the time and they explain it to her. So I know that you want to see the charts go up. The charts can't always move up fast because all the children learn on a different level. Sometimes things start like a little tiny mustard seed, and the children need that, so please do not take away their future and their dreams and their hopes. Am I done? Do I have more
Yes,
time?
thank you, Ms. Wilkerson. Thank you.
I wanted to say more. Thank you.
You ended on a good note. I said you ended on a good note. Scott Shimmick, did I say your name correctly?
You did, absolutely.
And if Kristen Mack Perry is here, and please come forward, Ms. Mack Perry.
Good evening, may it please the board. My name is Scott Shimmick. I live, I work, and I own property all in the city of Rochester. But more importantly, I'm the parent of a student at School 23. I'm here tonight to support the excellent education being provided at School 23 and to ensure the continuation of this excellence. I'm here to support the differentiated learning program and to support School 23. My daughter Katie is a student at 23, and lately when I ask her about what she's learning at school, she comes home and she talks about diphthongs and digraphs and onomatopoeia, and honestly I Google that stuff. And you know, it's not particularly unusual for an elementary school student to be learning these kinds of things or for a parent to be Googling that. But what is unusual is that my daughter's in kindergarten. School 23 employs a differentiated learning program. This program provides for at least 4 hours a week of focused learning by teaching small groups of students who are learning at a similar level. This means that the students that need special work getting up to level can obtain the needed attention to meet their required standards. The students that are behind at School 23 are getting extra learning assistance on top of these 4 hours. For students that are currently meeting the standards, the differentiated learning program means that these students can get extra knowledge and understanding. And furthermore, the students that are exceeding the standards are provided with new challenges to keep them engaged in their education. Principal Maureen's differentiated learning program is an unqualified success. School 23 is able to institute this differential learning because of the use of 5 coaches on the staff at the school. This proposed budget would eliminate these positions. And without these positions, each student would only receive full class instructional time. This means no small groups, no specialized instruction for the struggling students, and no challenges for the successful students. For my child, this means no diphthongs, no digraphs, no onomatopoeia. The differentiated learning program has demonstrated measurable success. School 23 is the highest scoring school in the district. Additionally, it's the only non-charter school in the school district that achieves a grade school rating over 5. Now, I know that test scores and internet sites shouldn't solely determine our estimation of the value of our children's education. However, these facts demonstrate Principal Maureen's success with the differentiated learning program. The city school district is a school choice district. School choice works only if the schools that perform the best are rewarded and the underperforming schools are held accountable. Under the proposed budget, School 23 is being punished for its success, while the underperforming schools are being rewarded with additional funding. The end result of this counterproductive budgeting is a normalization of the schools at a substandard level. Rather than following the path set forth by this proposed budget, I recommend using the benefits inherent in the school choice system. That is, reward the schools that are overachieving, increase the budgets for those schools, use these schools as a model, hold the underperforming schools accountable. Instead of throwing away the model Principal Maureen has created, leverage this model, bring it to other schools. Instead of taking away the resources that have led to Principal Maureen's success at School 23, give her more resources and see what she can do with them. For example, she could have this, imagine what she could do with the school if she had a full-time music program. In sum, School 23 is a success story. Differentiated learning works. However, School 23 already is on a skeleton budget. If you take away these positions, School 23 will not be able to continue the differentiated learning program. Without this program, test scores will inevitably fall and our children will bear the real costs. Thank you for your time, and please come out and see this program.
Thank you, Mr. Shimmick. Kristen McPerry, are you here? Kristen McPerry? Fred Tanksley? Fred Tanksley, I thought I saw him earlier. There he is, Mr. Tanksley. And if Sherry Crumity is here, if you can come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You bear with me. I had surgery and I've taken my pain meds and they're starting to kick in. So I'm standing in the hallway trying to stay coherent.
That's okay.
I hope you're not driving home.
In one of my last speech that I gave up here, I talked about trust. And I just want to reiterate that in part of my speech about the music program. Trust is this earned respect for one's willingness and ability to keep their word and fulfill their commitment. Trust is an on-purpose act. It is not automatic. The strength of my ability to trust in someone rests in my confidence that they have the willingness, the ability, and the resolve to resist what they know to be wrong, restrain from their pride when it compromises the prosperity of those they serve, and to make righteous choices on a consistent basis. And with that being said, over the past 10 years or so, many school programs have been cut to reduce budgets and save money. Those hardest hit are art and music classes. The tragedy of these curriculum adjustments is that they rob our children of the opportunity to learn through different mediums. Music and choir education plays an important role in a child's overall development intellectually, socially, and emotionally. Music offers creative challenges and aesthetic appreciation, as well as self-expression and self-discovery opportunities. Those are just a few of the factors that reflect the importance of music in schools. Music education fosters emotional maturity as students learn to set and achieve personal goals and to be better performers without making oneself the center of attention rather than the music. Particular maturity is gained through music education as students learn the rewards of hard work and diligent practice, time management, self-assessment, and the ability to accept criticism and performance skills as all important lessons students learn through music education. Music education teaches students to promote values that lead to personal development, such as self-discipline. Music in schools have been shown to have a great impact on child's intellectual development. Learning music is provided to help children develop the thinking skills necessary for learning and understanding in mathematics and other subjects. I know my time is short, so we as parents and educators need to stand together to do what we know to be right for our children and students. We need to take back the power that we have entrusted in those to act on our behalf. How long will we go on to let them starve our kids of the quality education? If third world countries can effectively educate their children on budgets less than ours, how much more than we?
Thank you. Sherry Crumity?
Good evening. I'm not a parent of 23 school. I'm here to just talk about the possible cuts for the Student Support Center coordinators. I have worked in youth development for the last 20 years from an agency perspective and a school perspective. As a former lead agency director at Madison, Jefferson, and Charlotte, student support coordinators are a vital link in providing services for youth, especially those who are experiencing problems that create barriers to learning. Student Support Center coordinators are comprehensive and needed as a crucial part of school success. The need for school-based services has become increasingly apparent in recent years. Schools, communities, parents, policymakers, and the media have examined many factors that may account for incidents in which violent crisis has occurred in a school setting. A reoccurring theme has been the mental health needs of students or students involved. I realize that in most school districts across the country that the main mission of the school is to help children learn. Integrating community or school-based behavioral health programs is for some getting away from that mission. I get it. No matter how you slice it, if a child is having any kind of behavioral health issues in school, it will definitely, without a doubt, impact your mission of learning and your educational goals. Given the programs and services for youth that are provided by a variety of sources, it is common for any child to be served by multiple agencies and for service providers not to be in communication with each other. To address this issue, it is important to have a liaison in place to integrate these services. Student Support Center coordinators are that liaison. They provide an excellent opportunity for collaboration of services between community agencies and Rochester City School District. Coordinators complement the services of outside agencies and are the catalyst for Rochester City School District policies and procedures. I hope that you will reconsider your position in not having coordinators in the schools.
Thank you, Ms. Crumity. Gina Speckor will be followed by Clara Berry. Ms. Berry, if you're here, please come forward.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gina Speckscore. I've been a teacher in the Rochester City School District for 14 years, and I'm here this evening to address the Code of Ethics, or more, in particular, the conflict of interest. I'm a writer. I've written 2 children's books. Dr. Vargas, I met you a few years ago at School 20. There was a program the RTA put together where we had one library open, and I read with the children. And for 2 years, I have tried to have my books be a part of the Rock Read program, just be in the school libraries and schools, but it always comes back to this conflict of interest, that no teacher in the district can benefit in any way, and I don't want to monetarily gain anything. If anything, I want to give myself and go to each elementary school and meet with the staff and the students like I did at 20 school and read with them and talk to them. I mean, how often do students get to meet a published author? So that's basically what I'm looking to do. I'm going to submit a proposal this evening and see if it's a possibility to get my books within our schools and libraries and the Rock Read programs. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Speckor. Clara Berry. Clara Berry here? Ms. Berry?
She's not here this evening.
Okay. Javier Cardona? Javier Cardona, are you here? After Mr. Cardona, if Nancy Brackman is here, Ms. Brackman, if you can come forward. Mr. Cardona.
Good evening. My name is Javier Cardona. I'm a school psychologist at school number 28. It's an elementary school. I'm a certified school psychologist, and the reason I'm here is to address the proposed budget cuts that would have an impact on school psychologists. As a bilingual school psychologist, we have 4 in the city school district. We have 2 elementary ones placed in elementary schools. We have 1 in a high school, and we have 1 that travels the entire district to serve the needs of children who are specifically needed of an assessment. The others that are placed in school, because they're bilingual, have the ability to work with the entire student population. One of the concerns that we have as a group is that we often engage ourselves in a number of tasks and skills that we provide to the school to facilitate for these children to develop not just the thinking skills, but to have the thinking skills, the emotional skills, and the ability to be effective socially and emotionally in school and a community. If you put a name to that, that is highly correlated to mental health, which I know that all of us mention often as a negative aspect of the things that are happening, but mental health is actually a positive thing when you address all of those areas. School psychologists, as myself, on a daily basis, are constantly communicating with parents who come to us no longer because they need a child evaluated, but because they have a child already evaluated, who may have some type of difficulty from behavior to emotional, who may be having, be receiving medication but is struggling with that. I have these parents that are English speaking and Spanish speaking come to me to address those kinds of needs. They often feel difficulties communicating with the school, not because the school doesn't open up for them, but because these parents have a higher need to have some questions answered. As a bilingual psychologist, my concern is that we, instead of thinking that we may lose some of the staff that we are in such a great need to have, may be in danger of losing such staff. Often I involve myself with parents, teachers, and we looked at these interventions that we're talking about, including those teachers who address the aspects of developing those special skills. Before I go, one more thing that I have to say is that when you have these professionals that are themselves working on a daily basis, evaluating children, which is one of the things that we're often known to only do, think one thing. We do evaluations, I myself, when many times we're confronted with various children who may be having reading difficulties. When you see patterns of behavior that address and show you severities that are such that address or suggest a reading disorder, then it requires a greater need of expertise to do that and identify that need. Also, what we are lacking is that you have to connect that kind of child who has a reading difficulty, which may have a disorder, which are 4 of them, to then address with an intervention that may be effective. Those interventions have to be properly matched so that you see success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Nancy Brackman? Nancy Brackman, and if Michelle McCourtney is here, Ms. McCourtney, if you can come forward. Ms. Brackman.
I'm Nancy Brackman. I'm a school psychologist with the Rochester City School District for 20 years. I was looking at the calendar parent handbook, which explains on page 14 some of what we do, stating school psychological services consist of psychological and academic assessments, consultation, and crisis intervention, which are provided to students to improve the student's academic success through the response to intervention model. So this academic intervention process is key, and it is different than special education. I don't think this would be something we would want to see changed. We have others here also who will speak in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle McCourtney, and if Gail Harrison is here, Ms. Harrison, if you can come forward. Ms. McCourtney.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Michelle McCourtney, and I'm a school psychologist with the Rochester City School District. I work at Roberto Clemente School. I came here tonight in response to the superintendent's proposed budget for next year. Initially, I was going to speak only to the 10% proposed staff reduction within the school psychology department. Our department is worried that psychologists are seen only as it relates to special education and assessments. However, I think our role in buildings is so versatile that it is fair to say that a school psychologist can do whatever it takes to make schools work for students. I spent a while trying to write up a day in the life of a school psychologist, highlighting the multiple roles that we take on with the goal of raising student achievement. It was easy enough to write. The hard part was condensing it into a 3-minute oral report, which, by the way, is 2 minutes. Who knew? So I'm going to try to hurry up. I can't even describe the first hour of my day in 3 minutes. So what I did was a 2-page report. I gave it to you. I'm a good writer, so I hope you find it interesting and informative. Please read it. With the rest of my time, though, I would like to advocate for student and family support centers as well. My school has 720 students, grades preschool through 8. Through our support center, we have 3.5 additional mental health providers. Whether through alternative to suspension, individual or group counseling, our students are receiving proactive and preventative supports from highly trained professionals. Without this support, the students would be seen, but on an as-available basis or in response to a crisis. Instead, they are allowed to develop relationships involving their families and community connections in addition to with their teachers, relationships that go beyond the 7:40 to 2:10 school day. But I have to tell you that even with all of that additional support, we lost a student last year. He left school on October 6th, 2011. On his way home, he jumped off the Driving Park Bridge. No matter what we do, we can't bring Mark back, but how many more students will be at risk? How many more might we lose if we take away from our existing mental health and behavioral supports? There must be another way. I know you guys can find it.
Thank you. Gail Harrison, and if Angela Mulally is here, Ms. Mulally, if you can come forward.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Gail Harrison. My degree is in developmental psychology. I am a city resident, and I also have grandchildren at school number 23. I became a school psychologist to facilitate and take the lead in areas of counseling, training and professional development, chairing CSE meetings, facilitating parent meetings, setting up programs for problem solving and interventions, writing educational plans, and just being there to listen to a child or an adult. In the past several years, my work as a school psychologist has included being on the district's autism spectrum disorders team. As such, I have been active in volunteering for community agencies, providing workshops for grandparents, supporting children as they transition between grade levels in schools, providing workshops for other school psychologists so they can also understand how to work with students with autism, providing appropriate evaluations for these students, and providing professional development workshops for faculty and staff. School psychologists are quite versatile in their backgrounds and their skills that they bring to the educational setting. Some psychologists have additional training and are able to provide specialization in areas such as mental health, autism, child development, positive behavioral interventions. As such, school psychologists are an integral part of developing and encouraging a wide range of supports for students, parents, teachers, and administrators. Losing school psychologists would be losing a most valuable resource.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Angela Mullally, and if Helen Bohm Morelli is here, Ms. Bohm Morelli, if you can come forward.
Hi, my name is Angela Mullally, and I am the school psychologist for school number 19. And I'm here as an example of the innovation that our department lends to the Rochester City School District. I have started a therapeutic service dog program at school number 19. I'd like to introduce Blaze to you.
Is he going to talk?
Would you like him to talk?
No.
Blaze,
Oh, good. Yeah.
In addition to some of the tricks that he can do, he's been specially trained to work with our students that have severe emotional disabilities. He has a particular protocol for crisis intervention. And in addition to working with our children that have severe emotional disabilities, he also works with the general population in our building. He supports our reading programs, he supports our intervention programs, he supports our recess with physical activity. He also inspires artwork and creativity. I think that this particular student got the red color of my hair. All right. And he also inspires the writing. I just wanted to read a couple of things from our students. Blaze wears a vest that has 2 side pockets, and he doesn't wear the vest because he is required to do that in our school building. He wears it in an attempt to inspire our children to write him notes. And so some of the things that he has received, he's inspired classroom writing. This is from a 2nd grader. It says, "Dear Blaze, you have love in your heart for school number 19." And this is from Ariel. And he has also inspired our students to express themselves through spontaneous writing. This is from a 5th grader, and it says, "Dear Blaze, you are the best therapy in the world. Thank you for coming to our classrooms. You are the best, talented, most trained dog in the world. Thank you for being part of the staff. Thanks for coming to school 19. It's a whole paragraph right there. He also inspires our students to express their feelings. "Dear Blaze, you are so cute. You make me smile. Today I had a goodish day." And in addition to that, he also gives an outlet for our kids that have a difficult time talking to people about feelings and what's going on in their lives. And so sometimes he receives notes such as this: "Dear Blaze, I am sad. Can you help me?" And I know that my time is running short, so I just wanted to express to you that not only is he making a difference in our particular school, he's also inspiring our community to write. I received a letter from one of our community members after he was featured in an article. This gentleman wrote to us, and he just basically gave us a book that he was connecting with, that he was reading at the time about a service dog, and he made the connection with a working dog in Blaze, and it's something that I've been able to share with our older students about making personal connections with our literature. And I just wanted to share how this gentleman closed out his letter to us. I am 83 and I am still learning. And I'm hoping that you realize how much of a difference school psychologists make to our children so that perhaps one day in their lives they will be 83 and still learning.
Thank you. Thank you. Helen Bohm Morelli. Did I say your name correctly? No. What is it?
It's Helen Bay Morelli.
Say it again?
Helen Bame Morelli.
Bame Morelli. I got the Morelli part right.
Yes, you did.
Okay. Ms. Bame Morelli.
Thank
and if Allison Scavarla is here, if she can come forward.
Good evening, members of the board. It's kind of hard to follow a therapy dog, but I'll do my best. Anyway, my name is Dr. Helen Bay Morelli, and I'm a school psychologist. My colleagues have been telling you about the various diverse roles that they have taken on in order to make schools a better place. To make the students in my school more available for learning, I engage in restorative practices, which is a research-based circle process that builds community amongst the students. And I've given you a research paper if you'd like to investigate that further. Not only can the circles be used to build community, but they are also used to solve problems. Many students have organized themselves in circles independent of adults to discuss issues because they've been taught the process. Last year, I did a community conference with 45 people, which included 9 students and their families, because we were having major issues between the 6th and 7th and 8th girls fighting all the time. Participants talked about what happened, how it affected their lives, and how they were going to repair the harm. After the community conference, the students remained at peace with each other for the remainder of the year. And I would like to share with you some of the comments that the students made to me afterwards. One said, it was good because it helped the parents see the problems, that the problems were, and it helped us to understand that we can resolve those problems and we don't have to use our fists. We now help each other and not fight. Another student said, it works because we're not arguing anymore and starting fights like we used to. We're trying to be nice to each other. Another one said, I like that we came together. Now I feel real safe. I feel regular. Parents responded by saying, thank you for helping us. I felt like I was fighting pure evil at my house. Another one said, this was really powerful. I now understand where other people are coming from. And another mother said, I'm going to take responsibility by making myself more available for my daughter when she comes home after school. So in closing, I hope these stories my colleagues and I have told tonight have made you all more aware of the versatility of our roles in the schools that includes something other than assessment. In fact, we are the only mental health professionals in the schools who have been trained in such diverse roles. If the superintendent is serious about trying to increase academic scores, then we need to help him create better learning environments. And that should include hiring more school psychologists instead of trying to eliminate us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Allison Scavarla. I wonder what you're going to talk about.
Oh, really? I would love to invite the Donegal family to come on up here again, because they're the reason I'm here. And of course, I am Allison Scavarla. I am the very, very proud music teacher at school number 54 and also at number 50. But you know me in my program. But I am not the only teacher leading a rich, diverse program in this city school district. With the proposed master schedule implementation as it stands now, this will very likely change. Choral ensembles specifically are not specifically provided for in the master schedule as proposed currently. I don't think I need to tell you how many students across the district that'll impact if those are not specifically in the budget provided for and funded. We've been told that principals have the option to purchase a little more time here and there, a little discretionary funds where they could purchase music, or they could purchase another reading teacher, or they could purchase an academic coach. And I don't even have to tell you what a Sophie's choice that is for those poor principals. For example, our students coming up are going to have the hardest time with it. I have second graders whose mothers have been telling me for 2 years, when's my student old enough for choir? I want him to be in choir. And I said, one more year, just wait till third grade. And at my building, with the proposed cuts to music, it would be unlikely that any child would have access to choral music education, much less a third grader. Also, kindergarten and fourth grade music will be reduced at 2/3 of the schools in the district. And a variety of reasons have been given to us as why this might be. Number one was the lack of time as compared to the suburban schools. We have done a little bit of research into the suburban school day. Their time on instruction is similar, if not the same, as the instructional time we have in the city. Oftentimes what they do is take their music outside the day, either before or after, and they flex teacher schedule to accommodate. But I reiterate, they flex, not reduce. They also, we've been told, this is to create parity with art education. Now, no one can reasonably state that music is overstaffed in our city school district. Many are either adequately stated, thank you so much for your restorations over the past 2 years, or are understaffed. While with this plan, few would increase to adequate status, but the majority will be reduced to a truly inadequate status for our students. As always, we would love to continue working hand in hand with district administration and our esteemed school board members, many of which I've met with in probably the last week or so, speaking about this issue and others, to come up with creative ways to keep music offerings at their current level. One of our main stated goals of our district is to create a wonderful, rich, diverse, middle-class level education for our students to entice families to stay and thrive in the city. Middle-class programs raise all areas of education to an adequate or exceptional level, rather than reducing all areas to a bare bones minimum.
Thank you. Please conclude, Ms. Guevara.
Yes, thank you. I echo Mr. Donegal and his son Jotham's words, and I urge you to look at the master schedule again, and please consider fully funding our music programs. Don't cut the cord on our recently restored music programs. Please stay the course with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me thank everyone for coming out to speak. I always, as I always say, school boards are really, you don't get more democratic than a school board in terms of hearing from folks in the community, and it's something that is very instructive to us as board members, particularly those of you that spoke about the budget. Mr. Superintendent, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add before we take a brief recess.
About a couple of things, and by the way, all the children 23 are mine, so I'm gonna claim them too. So, but I think there is some misunderstanding about the cut. There's no cut of coaches at school 23. We are now bringing them to central office now that we could have the discussion on that topic, but we shouldn't have a discussion on something that is not true. Like, for example, we are not reducing the coaches or all the function, but now we are bringing it to central office. And I do believe I have a meeting with the staff and the parents in school 23, in which we can talk about the kind of impact that may or may not have. And I totally understand your concern, because you say that you have something that is working, and indeed in many places it is working, and I won't debate that, but I would like to continue the discussion in terms of rather the budget reduction. And that goes for music, for example. 23 is going to get more resources next year. Part of one portion that is not in the budget is the extended day dollars that are going to be allocated to 23. So I look forward to a discussion on the impact and to work with you and the board in making sure that whatever we do doesn't have an adverse impact, that we always won't agree. But I like the discussion to be about the fact, not about, because if we are not reducing, then we shouldn't talk about that, because the approach is to bring some function to central office, and we can talk about more on detail. As far as music is concerned, yes, we are rebuilding the music program, and I will be working with people on that to make sure. I want to know, and I understand the fear that some of you have, that if you leave it up to chance, and I heard the word, if the children want to play music, we will offer to them. And I like what I heard from 23, let's sign all of them. But we are going to be vigilant to make sure that, and I want to meet with whoever principal in this district tell me that music education or art is not part of a good school. And I heard many things today. For example, that concern me because it's not so much about the budget, but it's an approach. And I would like to talk more about the approach, which is the true situation here, rather than talking about COP, which in the budget, it happened to be located in central office rather than on the school budget. And that's why it shows as a COP. But the services are going to be allocated at the school.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. It's 8:25. I'd ask my colleagues to return back at 8:30. Thank you.
Could I say something real quick?
We're going to take a recess, Ms. Gallagher, okay? If you got a report coming up, so you can say it during your report. 5-minute recess.
Now you got the audience interested in staying here, what you have to say.
Well, we got a long way to go.
I know, I created
I saw that. I just joined.
conversation with her, and, you know, she's like so happy. She's grateful for your approach. But, you know, she's honest about it, but she knows there's going to be ups and downs. She's really anticipating staff worrying about something, you know, that's not weird. And so, you know, I created that.
So you created that page? what I was doing. I was really. We'll see you later.
Board of Education meeting, it's now 8:31. We are hereby reconvened. Please take your seats. We're going to continue on with the rest of the meeting because Scandal comes on tonight at 10. Scandal.
Exactly.
Yeah. Great show, great show. We're gonna Miss Gallivan, you wanted a point of. Okay, so we're waiting for our board clerk. But while we're waiting for our board clerk, Miss Gallivan, you wanted a point of personal privilege or something you wanted to say?
Yeah, just before everyone leaves, I wanted to...
They're gone, sorry.
I know, it's okay. I wanted to invite you all to Student Leadership Congress's art show on May 8th. It's an art auction, so you can buy Rochester City School District students' artwork and hang it in your office or homes. And it's to support students going to Washington, D.C. and to help fundraise.
Now, when is it again?
It's May 8th from 5:30 to 7:30 at Rochester Pillars.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
We'll make sure, maybe we'll get that on the district's website too, Ms. Gallivan. Okay, superintendent's report. Do you have a report, Mr. Superintendent, or?
Yeah, each one of you had the PowerPoint, so I'm going to make my presentation from here. Basically, I want to talk to you for a few minutes as part of my report about the New York State school report card, which is coming soon. And as you know, this is a report that the entire community will begin to talk about. You heard some of us speaking tonight. Of course, I totally understand that school is not just about metric and result, but the school report card is something that parents and other in the community pay close attention. We, as a district, also are required to pay close attention and respond to the data that is in each of these reports. So if you look up the first page of the report, give you an idea as part of the accountability system, which we much adhere to. And as you can see, now for the first time, teacher, principal, school official are now being, some of our evaluation system is take into account student result, which you find in this report card. And there's an accountability system, basically from the teacher to the administration, to the superintendent, to the school board, to the state, to our taxpayer, families. So basically, this is something that for the past 10 years we've been talking about, and the community continue to talk about. And what I would like to do is for us to begin to familiarize ourselves with this report card that is coming, and the community will be talking so that we can help the community, and also you are asked constantly to make decisions based on the data of this report card. For example, a priority school, we don't have any choice but to restructure them, to take action. In Rochester, as you know, for years we've been dealing with this. Every time we tell you we're doing this because we had to adhere to the accountability system. This is the type of data that I reference to, and it's a school by school and also the entire district. So the data is used, as I mentioned to you, for parents use it for voting, or choosing school, deciding where to live. You heard at least one parent today that was talking about her review on the school 23 performance. And yes, if there's any parents here, although all the children from 23 is like mine, so but the parent left. People do look at this and utilize it to make judgment about our school. School board are required to make policy concerning a district. The state and we use it to identify a successful model, evaluating and adjusting teaching approach and all the approach, assessing the performance of the people who work here in the district, targeting resources. And that's an area that you heard today that it is so true. Sometimes when the school gets in serious situations, so-called label priority school, which is a better label than the felon school label that it used to be called before, but nevertheless, we have a number of them and proposals that are going to come to you because the school in that situation, we are targeting resourcing. And I thought, one of the speakers said something very interesting, said, you know, in what way are we adding resources to the school that are doing well? And I think that's why someone challenged me, I don't know if it was one of you, why are you putting more resources in School 23 to the extended learning program? And that's precisely one example where we are living up to that notion. For example, we are adding more music in some of the schools that are doing better, art and all the instructional program and AP classes, not just on the IB school or the School of the Art, but in every one of our schools had to provide a more rigorous program for our students. So as you can see, another information that people cite all the time is the demographic of the district. Free and reduced lunch, how many are English language learning, class size, the number of children free and reduced lunch, children with disability, teacher qualification, and so on and so forth. How good are we attracting our teacher to stay and work here for a long period of time? And then, in this profile, another thing that is extremely important is also that we are compared to other districts, and our school are compared to other districts with similar demographic. So when your School 23 is compared to school in Long Island, it's a school with similar demographic. You know, by that we mean the number of ethnic minority or English language learning, student with disability, or free and reduced lunch, and so on and so forth. So the district normally had to have a plan for each school responding to this data, particularly those schools that are focus school that are priority. And the school in the priority list are those that are performing 5% or lowest in this state and compared to the population. And the focus school are 10% or below. And then the school that are in good standard, of course, that are school that are doing fairly well as measured by state metric, which are including attendance. By the way, it's an important one, part of this report. Safety, which is concerned parents, is also, you find on this report. And year after year, we had to make progress, and otherwise, school and staff, including in this situation, teachers and principal and all that could be removed from the school if the school is not performing. Now in Rochester, we have said that our approach is to bring more stability to the district, and we are not utilizing the turnaround model that have been utilized in the past, which is the phase-in, phase-out school. So, however, we don't have the luxury to do nothing. We had, and sometimes you will hear people saying, why are you doing X? The Common Core curriculum is a classic example of where we had to be accountable to the state. And now we are required to have a curriculum that 45 states have agreed to, and the state of New York is one of them, and Rochester, most are here to minimal the Common Core. Of course, we could have the IB or AP or a curriculum that is above the Common Core. Again, attendance. Today we went up into the community and visited many families whose children haven't come to school for a number of days. If a school failed to have less than 90% of the children coming in, that means that that school had not met the attendance discipline. We had to report to the state, and you find that in this report, the number of incidents. And parents look at this very carefully. Metric like English language art, pay attention to this, because 2 weeks from now, this is what this community is going to be talking about. Our district measuring English language, art, and math in particular. Every single school throughout New York State and district will receive a report. And teachers and staff and board member and ourselves, we take this very serious, and we had to respond to inform some of our action. Now, if you see the last slide in here, I'm talking about here, the notion behind this is like, you see the sign in here, know your numbers, so to speak, meaning that now they are measured. I think one parent spoke about the rigorous assessment that we have today, and we are the type of language that we are teaching children in kindergarten. So there's no doubt that when this report is coming to our school and to our communities, there could be a high level of stress. So I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about here measuring your blood pressure, but make no mistake that I have been spending a lot of hours thinking about next time when I report to the board on this, where are we as measured by this metric? So knowing the number is important, because the community is talking about, it's part of the new accountability system, and it's something that many of our decision and action involve I due to the fact that we have a new accountability system in New York State and throughout the nation, that we must respond when children are not achieving according to this metric, particularly English language, art, and math, and of course science and everything else. I'd like to show you it's less than a minute video that illustrate more than I can in a few words about our summer learning program, which we are connecting now to the needs of our school and the needs of our children.
Well, I did not want to come. when I had to go, I was like, no, don't make me, don't sign the paper. And he signed the paper, and then I turned it in, and then now I love it. I didn't know it was going to be so great.
Summer school made me feel good and happy. I think it's a good thing for kids to go here because they can learn a lot of stuff from this.
I came here because I wanted to come here because I didn't want to stay at home without doing nothing, just sitting there and just going and just doing nothing.
I didn't really want to like math, and when we came here, I loved math. When it made me feel in my heart and my brain, it really got up there and made me feel good and happy, and I was smiling every day. I love this program.
Words, and also President Evans, you were at the gathering at the convention center where Rochester is being followed by the Wallace Foundation. They've been generous to us and the work of Katarina. Our children are very fortunate because we are doing everything we can to be proactive. And our summer, if you think summer school is what it used to be in terms that it's all about remediation, now is getting the kid to get ahead. It used to be that if you were sent to summer school, that meant that you didn't do well during the school year. We now have a different approach because our children are asked to do more, to learn more. It is obviously that the district going to have to continue to do summer school, to do more, but to do it better. As I said earlier, the Rochester City School District offered the least amount of instructional time to our students, and summer school allow us to mitigate that learning loss in terms of instructional time throughout the school year, but we also are revisiting, and hopefully that very soon people in this district will say that is no longer the case, that we give our children the least amount of instruction than any other group of children in Monroe County. I don't think that we will be successful in this district, and to accomplish the task to give our children a better education if we will continue to give them less. And that includes a lot of the things that you heard tonight: art, music, extracurricular activity, yes, social, emotional support, and mental health, but most importantly, a good instruction each day, quality and quantity. So thank you again, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Vargas? Hearing none, okay. Student rep, you have a report? Go ahead.
Good evening. How's everyone doing? Good. My report, first I'll talk about the Superintendent Student Advisory Group had a meeting with Dr. Vargas this month on the 17th. We met with him for about 45 minutes. About 15 kids were there, and he explained the budget to us, and then he asked us what's going on in our schools and what was most important to us. And a lot of kids said teachers and arts and gym, so which is kind of reflective in what Dr. Vargas is projecting. Also, Student Leadership Congress, they've met every Wednesday this month to plan for the art show, and yesterday we had an art critique on the work so that if students, we could see what sizes of artwork and what diverse mediums we had, and also plan for matting and framing the pieces. And next week we're having a meeting, and then the week after is the art show. Again, it's May 8th at Rochester Pillars from 5:30 to 7:30. I would love if you all can make it, but the information is online on the district's website, and if you can't make it, you can donate, and the explanation for that, you can either email or call Nydia or look online. Thank you all, and I hope you all can make it.
Thank you. Is our parent representative here? Oh, Ms. Lucas?
Good evening, Commissioners, Superintendent, Ms. Galvin. The Parent Advisory Council had its official business meeting on April 15th. We discussed a few different items at that time. One was the parent survey. We have been working on a parent survey since our meeting with Commissioner White a few months ago. We've been working on a parent survey, so we designed and discussed a survey to determine the level of parent participation in district events. That survey is being fine-tuned at this point, and then it should be going out to all parents. Also at the meeting, all the commissioners were invited to attend this last business meeting. We understand there was a conflict at that time and you couldn't attend. Commissioner Cruz did come in towards the end, and we had a discussion with him about contract negotiations. He gave us some insight on how that's done and when things can be discussed and when they can't be discussed. So we appreciated him being there for that. We also had some conversation about budget concerns, as you heard from many of the representatives today, so I won't go into it in detail. But in addition to School 23, also concerns at School number 12, School number 58, Wilson Foundation Academy, and School Without Walls, which you heard as well. Lastly, well, not lastly, but we also want to bring your attention to the Family Affair in the Park, which is the annual parent event. This is going to be held on Saturday, May 18th at Charlotte Beach. We normally have a Title I conference. This year we changed it to a fun event for families in the park. It'll be held from 11 to 4. There will be a number of parent workshops, a mini carnival, food, raffles, and the like. We have over 100 families already registered to attend. Our informational meeting will be held this coming Monday. And the last thing I'd like to report are the school-based planning teams. We are now at 98% compliance. There's only one school that's still out of compliance. That's school number 16. But the Office of Parent Engagement have been working with them diligently to get the requisite number of parents on the school-based planning team. And also for our parent groups, we're at 98%, with most schools having a active either PTA or PTO. The only school that we're still working with is School Without Walls commencement. So it's been a long, hard battle. We are very excited that we have parents on the team. Again, we are saddened that it's taken this long to get there, but we do hope that once we have gotten there, it will continue. And our next step is to ensure that the parents and the constituencies are working together functionally and doing everything that they're supposed to for the governance at the school. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for the parent representative?
Mr. President?
Yes, Commissioner Elliott.
Congratulations to the Parent Council on the great effort with regard to parent participation on the school-based planning teams. My concern, however, is that they're just not there in name only. And I don't know exactly how this works, but I would offer that the Parent Council investigates weighted vote. In other words, that parents tend to have more say than anybody else, or to begin to have those discussions. It seems in the past what has happened is that teachers have been on those teams, and it's been the teachers who've driven that process, as opposed to it being a kind of equal process where the decisions are made with the parents' voice strongly involved, because they're the ones who are their children's first teachers, and they're the ones who are the strongest advocates for their children. Others tend to have other kinds of motives. And so if there's some kind of way in which, I don't know if it means going back to contracts, but some kind of way in which there is a weighted vote such that parents' vote weighs more, it is valued more than just them being seated on those teams in name only. So if you would research that, I think that's something that has to be strongly considered, at least in my opinion, so that parents feel that what they have to contribute is valuable.
Absolutely. Your comments are well taken.
Thank you,
Commissioner White.
Yeah,
and I know Mr. Lopez will probably have the answer, but I think a lot of that might be driven by contractual issues. The whole participation in school-based planning, I think, is a contractual issue. So I'm not sure how far they would get on that unless that was part of the negotiations in the collective
And those
bargaining.
negotiations come up this year.
Yeah, so absolutely. But I did want to say, Ms. Lucas deserves a lion's share of the credit, but Willie Robinson and I think Jerome Underwood is involved in that undertaking in terms of getting the school-based planning teams up to speed. So we really do appreciate your work. But Mr. Robinson, I know he works as hard as anyone, along with Ms. Lucas, on this issue. So we're very proud of that effort. You have shown how this district can make progress, and using numbers to hold ourselves accountable can bring hope to people. So to everybody, thank you for that effort.
Thank you. Anything else for our parent rep? No, thank you very much, Ms. Lucas. We'll go to board reports. Commissioner Powell, you got a Finance Committee report?
Yes, thank you. The Finance Committee report is rather complex today. We met Thursday, April 18th, and considered resolutions 595 through 613. The first three of those are budget amendments, which we typically vote on with the rest of the resolution packet. Then we proceeded to our monthly financial reports. The committee did approve those, and I move at this time that those financial reports be received by the full board.
There's a motion and a seconded by Commissioner White, moved by Commissioner Powell to approve the monthly financial reports, which board members received via the mail and were approved by the Finance Committee. Any questions or discussion around the monthly financial reports? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
We then took up the quarterly change order report. The change order report, I would at this time move that we receive the change order report and the changes to the total award contained in it.
Second.
It's been moved, seconded by Commissioner White. Any questions or comments around the change order report, which board members received well in advance of this meeting? All those in favor of the change order report, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
Okay, the next item, we did discuss resolutions 598 through 612. All of them were recommended for approval, as were the budget amendments. Let me back up and tell you that the lion's share of the changes in this year's budget amendment have to do with funds borrowed for the FMP and setting aside the some of those funds for debt service. Because the bonding took place this year, some of the funds have to be set aside for interest payments this year, capitalized interest. So you will see very large numbers in the budget amendment, but that FMP borrowing and debt service represent the lion's share of those changes. We also were scheduled to talk about Resolution 613, which you will find in your packet, but we were unable to discuss it because it was not made available to us in the Finance Committee meeting. Therefore, we were unable to provide a recommendation, and I don't believe there's any urgency. When the time comes, I will be suggesting that we table that resolution. We also discussed a couple of proposed resolutions that Commissioner Adams brought to the board, or to the committee rather. Both of those resolutions were tabled. They did have to do with relationships with charter schools and with national affiliations that we may or may not have actually consciously signed on to. But we essentially tabled that in the context of our committee discussion, and we will continue to discuss it in committee in subsequent meetings. Our next regular scheduled Finance Committee meeting will be Thursday, May 16th at 5:30. We also do have more of our budget discussions coming up. Tuesday, April 30th at 6 p.m. is our third and purportedly final deliberation session. And then May 9th at 5:30 would be the special meeting to adopt the budget. I think that concludes my report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Elliott, in the community, just one quick question on your report. I'm wondering, you said that the Finance Committee didn't have a chance to discuss resolution number 613. I'm wondering why that would have even gone through the Finance Committee, being that this is something that the administration was tasked to come back with a recommendation from the previous report, the previous conversations around this.
I think the presumption was because it was FMP related, that the financial impact. But in any event, it hasn't been vetted anywhere at this point. This resolution has not been vetted.
But was it supposed to go in the Finance Committee or?
It was on our agenda.
It was on the agenda, okay. Commissioner Elliott in the CIGR Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to discuss our budget priorities. From here on in, as it has been over the last few years, we're going to have some difficult financial challenges. And, I hear when teachers and support staff and principals come before us to want to keep what they have. I understand that real clearly. And when teachers and principals bring parents to talk to us about, what's going on in the district, in their schools. And I appreciate that. But you also have to appreciate what we as fiduciary agents of this budget have to do. Secondly, I sort of get somewhat perturbed when people are coming and asking us to retain their funding, yet 70% of our budget is HR costs. And I would offer to principals, I would offer to teachers, I would offer to support staff and others. If you really want to maintain or even increase the kinds of services that you have in your schools, consider giving back some of what you get from the budget. In terms of salary, in terms of benefits, or even in terms of additional pay. But there's a lot of money that we have to expend on additional pay, right? You already have your salary, but then we're paying you $37 an hour for additional work. And so I would offer or ask that in your contract negotiations, and the RTA is coming up this year, that if you really care about these kids, as you say you do now, because again, I'm saying to you that the financial picture in the foreseeable future is not going to get better. What are you willing to sacrifice? And so I would offer you to consider that as you, as the RTA, at least this year, begin to enter into your contracts, because something has to give. That's not to say that we haven't always spent funding correctly, and we've made some, decisions perhaps that we should have done differently. But I would offer you, if you're going to come before us, also come with some kind of offer or sacrifice in that particular area of human capital. There's a lot of money that we give you in that area. Maybe you have to give back some time or whatever the case may be. But I'm saying to you that there's a limited amount of money and we have to spend it judiciously. I support your efforts and your passion. Nobody has more passion than me. But at the same time, what are you willing to give up? And that's the question that I'm asking you to consider. And as I said, for teachers this time, in terms of the RTA contract. So I'm really offering that because there's no more money, there's not a whole lot of money around. And let me just say one other point, because I sort of feel threatened when I hear teachers and parents come up when they say, well, you know, and they didn't say a lot of that tonight, but I've heard it in the past. I just want to put it out there on the table. Where, you know, there's this, where I feel threatened that, you know, parents want to take their children and put them in another district. You have to do what's best for your children. If you don't feel that this district is providing your child with the best quality services around education, then do what you have to do and take them out of the district. Because I feel kind of threatened by that people, that parents or teachers or at least what I feel, feeling like you're threatening and holding something over this district's head. And we have to ensure that we are managing a budget as efficiently as we can. But at the same time, if you don't feel that your children are being provided what they need, and that the funding is not appropriated accordingly, then you got to do what you have to do. So thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to say that. And then secondly, the Community Intergovernmental Relations Committee did not meet, it was canceled, but the next meeting is May 14th. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner White, ESA?
Yeah, point of personal privilege, I will attempt to be brief. The other day, I went to get a colonoscopy. And I'll begin with the end.
And we're going to show the video on the screen here.
Okay, now if you pay close attention to the video. Well, thankfully I was asleep, so. But I did want to say, first of all, the test turned out fine. My colon is just fine, thank you very much. But I did want to say over 140,000 people in America are diagnosed with colon cancer every year. 50,000 die from it, and many of them unnecessarily. My father was one of them, and he died at 49. I cannot emphasize enough, and I'm going to talk about this tomorrow on the radio, the importance of my colleagues here that happen to be blessed with at least 50 years of getting that exam. As I heard that the laughter out there, it is not what it used to be. You barely even recognize that it's happened. Don't believe the rumors. But if you have a family history, if you have a family history for it, all the more reason you should check with your doctor to make sure that your colon is fine too. Your families are depending upon it. And again, the research is very clear. You don't have to die from colon cancer. So please take the time to take that test. Additionally, there are other things. You know, Dr. Vargas talks about knowing the numbers. In a book that I wrote last year and published last year, one of the chapters is Know What's Up. And what I refer to in that particular chapter is know what's up with your PSA levels. You're familiar with that, Dr. Vargas? Know what's up in terms of your blood pressure. That's a specific antigen that tells doctors that you may have prostate cancer or some evidence of its PSA test. You should know whether your blood pressure is up. You should know whether your weight is up. Diabetes is something that you can monitor and measure. So I encourage my colleagues and to any parent who is still listening out there tonight that your families are depending upon that. The other thing that I'll mention very briefly, Mr. President, is that Jerome Underwood, who I think has gone home for the night, Mr. Cotto and Mr. Robinson have been very helpful in, we haven't come up with a name just yet, but we do have a date. June the 1st will be a dodgeball tournament. And the purpose of the dodgeball tournament to no to all those naysayers that say that the dodgeball is a politically incorrect game. There are districts where it's actually outlawed. And in response to that, we will have a dodgeball tournament. Anybody who's interested can speak to Mr. Cotto. I see Mr. Lopez getting himself ready over there. But the purpose of this dodgeball tournament is not to talk about the fact that we should be able to play dodgeball. We're going to raise money for children with cancer. So we're hoping that you guys will lend your courage and your time to this tournament, which will be June the 1st. Mr. President, I expect that you and I will be on the same team.
Maybe.
In terms of the Excellent Student Achievement Committee, we did meet on Monday, April the 15th, to receive a presentation on e-learning. I must say, I'm just going to summarize this rather lengthy report. It was a great report that we received. The board, members of the board had some questions about e-learning, And the district's history, the superintendent's staff was very comprehensive and very thorough in their PowerPoint presentation. We do appreciate that. I can say that the ESA committee has wholeheartedly endorsed this particular resolution, which is Resolution 543, and we have advanced it to the board for their approval. There is a written report where we go into some greater detail, and that's available for anybody to look at. But I should also tell you, on April the 15th, we received a report, a short presentation from Alicia Ward, thanks to Commissioner Elliott. She apparently works with a program out of the State University of New York, Advanced Technology Training and Information Network program. Is that right, Commissioner Elliott? Attained is a statewide technology-based employment initiative funded by the New York State Legislature. Attain provides community access to new technologies, education, and technology training. This is offered at our own Baden Street settlement, along with other locations across the state. Our next meeting, Mr. President, will be May the 13th, 2013 at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cruz and the Policy Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did not get a colonoscopy. I had a committee meeting, but
make sure. I know you're 45 years old, but make sure you still.
No,
I got
a couple years left.
I got 20 more years to go, man. So yeah. But you know what? Thank you, because I think that is something that's extremely important that we sometimes try to avoid. Our committee met on April 18th, and we, as some of you noted that we had a somewhat brisk start to our meeting, somewhat interesting start to our meeting, and it's all really revolved around this issue of parental notification, and it got interesting, but I think we were able to work with the group there in terms of helping them to understand that, you know, we're not against anything they're saying. We're just trying to figure out how best to do this in a way that we can be responsible as an institution to not only our families and our children and our parents, but also to our staff as well, because we've got to be really careful how we handle things like when things happen in a particular school, and how do we notify parents. But I think with the one thing that did get said at the meeting by all the parties, and I want to thank Ed Lopez, who was there, and Lori Baldwin, and we even had Commander List from RPD coming in to talk about, from their perspective, the whole issue of how they handle, you know, a complaint that comes in, and how they work with our staff to make sure that a child is safe and a person who has been accused of something is immediately dealt with. So it was a good conversation from that respect. So we're going to continue to have this. We have another meeting coming up. We'll talk more about it, but we really want to get something to the board in May with regard to some changes or possible changes in the policy to address this particular issue. And Mr. Lopez is has worked on some language changes. So we'll have that. We also, Bethany talked a little bit about the proposed evaluation policy to incorporate the APPR requirements. One of the things we're looking at is our current policy for evaluations of staff, and how do we reconcile that with APPR to make sure that it's, you know, they're all on the same pages. And initially, it looks like most of what we have is pretty compliant and does fit well. And we're also looking at the revision to the values education policy. A number of years ago, community group with people like Bill Benet and others came together to talk about civics and civics education and civics value with the district, and they created a whole task force around it, and created a number of suggestions and some vision around it. And I've been contacted by a couple members of that particular group who wanted to come back and sort of review that and look at where we are with it, where we want to go with it, given our digital situation now and e-learning and all these other kinds of things. So I've reached out to the staff to make that connection. I think Mr. Lopez is going to be doing some follow-up directly with Mr. Benet, who was a real integral part of that group. But Karen Grella was in, so there was just folks from the community. So we're going to be working on that as well. In addition to this evening, you've got some adoption of some revision to the Medicaid compliance policy. And it's a tweaking of that particular policy, which we were asked by the Controller's Office, to change respect to request by noted that a formal audit, annual audit is no longer necessary because of the standing agreement to examine specific aspects of the Medicaid process on a regular basis. So that's before you today. Also before you is a revision of the student attendance and withdrawal policy to clarify that all students at all grade levels are expected to attend 100% of the time enrolled, and especially for those parents who are now enrolling their children into kindergarten, they are also required to attend school as well and be there 100% of the time, and that's the change to the policy. And then you're also being asked to adopt tonight the school uniform policy to clarify the district is not legally allowed to purchase school uniforms for students because it's considered a gift under the law. This policy also points out that schools may establish a uniform policy, but cannot at any time deny students an education. Example, suspended or removed from a classroom for failing to comply with that uniform requirement. And that's something that has to be said because there's been a lot of confusion about that. I'm happy to say that we are in the last set of policies that we've reviewed in the policy manual. We're going to throw a big party soon. We have actually been through every single policy in the book except for 71 sort of smaller policies that need to be tweaked. We are in the process of the 71. We're looking at 13 now. We're taking them in clumps. And within the next couple of months, we can safely say that we've been through the entire manual of the Rochester City School District and all of its policies. So the ones that are going to come up before you from that are going to be just things that need to be tweaked or eliminated, but they're not major kinds of policies as we've been through. So it's been, the staff's done some great work, and the committee has done some great work in going through all of this. Our next policy committee meeting is on May 16th. If you want to have a lively time with a particular committee of the school board, come to the policy committee, and I can assure you that it will be lively. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz, Commissioner Campos, and Board Governance.
Go ahead.
Okay, we met on the April 18th. We discussed the upcoming retreat. We had to cancel it due to the conflict of the district's first Latino parent conference, which I'll talk about in just a second. So we had proposed some dates for the next retreat. Unfortunately, they could not be confirmed with the facilitator, so we're going to get a slew of dates from the facilitator that will work and then be able to figure out and coordinate that. With the exception of the May 30th, that May 30th date where we were going to do the quarterly superintendent evaluation, that date has now been canceled because it could not be confirmed completely. So we do have August 29th, November 12th, and February 25th. So please put those in our calendars. And let's see, they will be special meetings that will convene into the executive session. In terms of, right now, what I'm going to hand out, the board self-evaluation. Last month we had questions about it. General Counsel has confirmed that the self-assessment tool is an internal document used to assess the board's progress and effectiveness. So it has been confirmed. You're still not doing it?
No, because we have another email from the General Counsel that said otherwise, so we need to get clarification on that before Malik Evans fills it.
Okay, so then don't fill it out. So then get clarification on it and let us know. As well as, these were the, in building a common ground, these were the leadership commitments that we came up with in terms of guidelines as well as what our commitments were. So I had said one of the suggestions was to get those. And that concludes my report in terms of the governance. Just a quick point of personal privilege.
went to the first Latino Parent Conference, and it was absolutely great. There were 50 parents there, which was huge, and yeah, it was great. They were engaged. Pete Otero from MCC did a great job as one of the keynotes, talking about how to be able to advocate for their child, but also how to be responsible for your child's education as well. So it was a really good balance, and it was just a great, great time. I brought the kids and they had a blast too. There was dancing and all that good stuff too. So it was celebration as well as informative. As well as I did go, Mr. President, as well as myself, we went to go to the school number 12 PTA. One of the concerns that, and actually, Mr. Superintendent, I am going to have you, if you, Vicki Ramos and Anita, when she gets back, poor thing, sometime in June, schedule a time to meet with them, because they had, and we had talked about this before, they had some major concerns with the K through 8 in terms of the placement, and a lot of those kids like to go through to SOTA, right? And a K through 8 is really successful when it can keep their kids through 8th grade. So between SOTA and Wilson being a 7th and 8th, right, it poses some concerns, you know, in keeping their kids there until 8th grade and the lack of spots there are at the 9th grade level. So I had committed to the parents that I would schedule a meeting. I figured you three would be the people that would be most important, as well as I went to go and visit the Family Learning Center. And I just feel like that is one of the most underutilized programs for our students in terms of CTE. They have they now have EKG training. They're really focused on CTE, and they do a great job in terms of vocation, and they do it at a third of the cost that BOCES does in the suburbs. So I just say that just because I think that there's opportunities there in terms of alternative programming for our kids if they don't want to be at school. They have the great GED program, but they also have avenues to careers, which is great. And at that point, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams and audit.
The audit committee met on Tuesday, April 9th at 5:30 p.m. to discuss the intermunicipal financial audit RFP between the City of Rochester and their related entities, the Rochester Joint School Construction Board and the district. 3 proposals were received and considered in the RFP process. The committee discussed the vendor proposals and discussed the evaluation process and ratings in each category. The audit committee recommends Freed Maxick CPAs as the CAFR auditor for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2013 through June 30th, 2015, with 2 optional 1-year extensions for 2016 and 2017. We are seeking board approval for Resolution 621, which appoints Freed Maxick as the district auditor for another term. That's included in our packet tonight. The committee also received a brief update on Officer of Auditor General activities, including the State Comptroller's credit recovery audit, board suspension appeal process, and the Office of Auditor General suspension audit. This concludes my report. Sorry for the stumbling, it's a long.
That's all right, it's late. It's 9:22, so I'll be extremely brief in my report.
Point of order, Mr. President. You had a request for a motion?
No, it's included in our packet.
There's a resolution number for it. You got an audit committee question?
Do we have a point of personal privilege, if I could have an alibi?
All right, I was going to do my report, but go ahead and do your point of personal privilege.
Thank you. Several other board members mentioned special months of recognition, and I intended to remind the board members and the audience that April is National Autism Awareness Month. Since all of the different colors of ribbons are taken, the symbol for autism is a puzzle piece. And you may occasionally see people with a button that has an interlocking puzzle piece on it. I seem to have lost mine, but there is a growing awareness among about autism, especially in children. Boys are generally diagnosed 10 times more frequently than girls. That isn't to say girls don't suffer from it. It's just that our social training has different expectations for girls. When girls are introverted, they don't often get diagnosed the same way that boys who, in their difficulties, often act out in frustration. So as an educational institution, I think it's important that we recognize that autism is a major obstacle to learning. Kids of all ages are differently abled and gifted and move in and out of giftedness. Autism in particular, they move in and out of giftedness based on what interests them. And so we really have to pay attention. You know, essentially we have to strike when the iron is hot. We have to be ready to teach them to read when they're ready to read, not on our agenda. We have to be willing and able to offer them art and music when it is clear that that's what's motivating them. So thank you for the time. And I apologize for not bringing it up in my due time.
No, that's fine, thank you. I think autism is something that's very important, that affects many people. Very brief report. I want to give kudos to the district staff for their work on the Latino conference, the first ever Latino conference. Being that it was the first shot, I think that it was good. I had the honor of giving opening remarks in Spanish, which was an honor and a privilege, and I look forward to next year's, and I'm sure it will continue to grow. I want to thank the School Number 12 PTA for hosting myself and Commissioner Campos a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I can't even remember the date. And I also want to give kudos to Dr. Vargas and Katarina, who presented at the Summer Learning RBJ Power Breakfast Series. Rochester is one of, is it 50 sites, Mr. Superintendent? One of 50 sites in the country that is being recognized for their work around summer learning. What I keep saying to people, because people think summer school remediation, no. Summer learning is not just about catching up, it's also about enrichment. And I think you'll see this year a continuation of our previous years in terms of our investment. The board and this district has made a big investment in terms of summer learning to make sure that we stem summer learning loss and that we continue to expand it. So we're on the right track, and it's something that I think can be replicated. And it was interesting, we were able to hear from some students who are now in college that were involved in summer programs that enhanced their learning. And now, I mean, if you heard these kids speak, you would think that they were like executives at companies. I mean, just very well-spoken and just on point. I mean, just amazing kids in terms of articulating what summer enrichment activities meant to their development and how it helped them when they got to college. Our next board meeting is May 23rd, but we do anticipate adopting the budget, as Commissioner Powell indicated, on May 9th. I think that last budget deliberation session is extremely important, and I think that board members, Commissioner Powell, should really come prepared to discuss any challenges or issues that they have with the remaining budget, so we won't get to the budget day on May 9th and then all of a sudden we come up with all these issues. We have ample time between now and May 9th to continue to register any concerns that we have, so that way these things can be smoothed out as we move towards the budget. Yes, point of personal privilege, Commissioner Elliott.
The last meeting, budget meeting, is April 30th, correct?
April 30th, that's right.
That's the night of the 25th LD, that I will be at that.
Then we may need to,
And I don't know if some other people.
yeah, I'm sure at least three April 30th. I'm sure 3 other board members at least probably.
It's to designate school board members. They want school board members to miss
Well, maybe we can do, well, maybe yeah, we have rescheduled in the past, so maybe that's something, maybe that's something that we can discuss, rescheduling that, being that there is a committee meeting that's taking place that day. If we can discuss that after this meeting. I know that I am free on the next, either the day before or the day after that. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
But, Mr. President, I just would like to point out, for the record, that this has been on our calendar for some time. And the LD committees are selecting their designees for school board. One would think that before they put something on the calendar, they would look to see where school board members are supposed to be. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm sure, I'm sure, I mean, I'm just saying, well, Commissioner Powell, my only point is that I'm not a candidate that's up for election this year, but you know how LDs operate. Yeah, you know how LDs operate, they pick their dates, they just do.
Sometimes they change.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't think we have anything scheduled that Thursday, May 2nd, or Wednesday, the 1st.
No, we don't have anything scheduled the 1st, we don't have anything scheduled the 29th, so. But we can discuss that offline in terms of the date there, in terms of the date change. We'll move to resolutions. The resolutions that we have before us are resolutions 566 through 626. We're going to start with resolutions 566 through 588, which are human capital. It's been moved by Commissioner White. Now, 566, I believe we're going to discuss in Dr. Cintrone. I always want to say Patron. She got a lawyer, but it's doctor. They have a Juris Doctorate. 566 is that an executive session? Okay, so we'll do 567 through 588, which is human capital initiatives. It's been moved and seconded already. Any Van moved, and there was a second by Commissioner Campos. 567 through 588. Any general questions? Yes, general questions, Commissioner Elliott.
Yeah, to the chief of ACI, through the superintendent. Why would individuals want to rescind retirement?
Well, lots of reasons, I suppose. Some folks I learn that they'll submit their notice of retirement, and then they will learn that they can't really afford it, and they'll ask us to rescind. One of the ones in the tonight, we actually received the rescission before the board meeting that it was approved, but it was like the day before. So we didn't get it and noticed that we had received it before it went to board. Otherwise, we don't usually allow rescissions of retirements after they're accepted by the board.
Now, did we approve these? I don't remember what I read. Did we approve these in the previous board meeting?
Yes.
The retirement?
Yes, the retirement was approved last board meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I would just say that I'm almost ready to vote no on Resolution 575 because Joanne Feen, ladies and gentlemen, is retiring, as you know. And she has been an absolutely invaluable piece of this district. And that's all I'll say because she told me she wanted to leave the way she came in, which was quietly. So maybe we still can convince her to have at least a little bit of a celebration so we can, I don't want to say how many years because she'll kill me, but let's just say longer than I've been alive.
Some years?
Longer than I've been alive.
Over 40 years?
Yeah.
School here as well.
Right. She's a graduate of Monroe High School. Her whole family she's city through and through. I mean, she lived on Oakland Street, went through this
Lived on
district.
Oakland Street?
Yeah. Oakland Street.
Did she?
Yep. Grew up, lived on Oakland Street.
Family
So she is just invaluable. I mean, and I won't go on and on, but I'll just say that there are people who have never met Joanne Feen that want to recognize her in some way. So that tells you the depth and breadth of her knowledge within the district and her caring for this district and this community. So she will be greatly missed and very difficult to replace. Anything else on 566 through 588? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a resolution for, 567 through 588. I'll entertain a motion, it's getting late. I'll call the question on that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Yeah, 573.
573, Commissioner Elliott is opposed to that one. Okay, we'll move now to 589 through 594. These are contractual additional pay resolutions. It's been moved. Is there a second? And then I'll go right to you. Second? Second, Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Elliott.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for next month, or I'll send an email out, but I really would like to know on a monthly basis, what's the total amount that we pay out for additional pay? So I'm going to ask that that be included on the resolutions. I'd like to know that on a month-to-month basis, how much we're paying for additional pay. So I don't know if I need a motion for that next month, or if that's something that we can just do.
We can just get, I'm sure,
Okay.
I'm sure Dr. Centrone can give you that number.
Attorney Central.
Counselor.
Counselor Central.
Just let me say that I will be abstaining from 593. So I'll entertain a motion for 589 through 594. It's been moved and seconded already by Commissioner White and seconded by Commissioner Adams. All those in favor of 589 through 594, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it.
No.
Oh, Commissioner Elliott.
Yeah, 589 to 593.
589 through 593, Commissioner. 589 through
593.
you vote no.
No.
589 through 593 is a no for Commissioner Elliott, and 593 is an abstention for me. Resolution numbers 595 through 598 are budget amendments, which Commissioner Powell referenced in her Finance Committee report. I'll entertain a move by Commissioner Cruz. There's a second. Seconded by Commissioner Campos. All those in favor of 595 through 598, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. 599 through 600 are procurement and supply resolutions, which also went through the Finance Committee and were referenced by Commissioner Powell. Entertain a motion for 599 through 600. Been moved. Second. Seconded by Commissioner White. Moved by Commissioner Powell. Questions, comments, concerns around 599 through 600? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. 601 through 613 are also educational facilities resolutions, which have gone through the Finance Committee. 613, we'll do 601 through 612. 613, I'll let that be a standalone separate resolution. So I'll entertain a motion for 601 through 612. Moved, second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Elliott, moved by Commissioner White. Questions or comments around 601 through 612, Commissioner White?
Yeah, 601. Just had a quick question. I'm sorry, Commissioner Powell, for not having asked it during the committee, but Steve General, I saw that resolution, and this is a minority contract. And the name, who is the proprietor of Steve General? I saw the name and I thought. Do that again? Is he a minority? Yes? He's saying no, you're saying yes? No, he is, yeah, absolutely. Okay, all right, just wanted to know. It's French. I'm done.
He's African American.
Yeah, he's African American. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else on 601 through 612? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Resolution number 613. I entertain a motion for 613.
Mr. President.
Yep.
I'd like to move the table. The thing here is we did discuss the FMP last month. Resolution was modified to take the discussion about School 37/44/1 off the table.
So are you making a motion to table?
The motion is to table.
All right, then that goes straight to a vote. Is there a second for the table?
Second.
been moved and seconded to go straight to, a table goes straight to a vote per parliamentary procedures.
So there's no discussion?
And there's no discussion because it's a table, but if you want to discuss it, you can just vote no. Commissioner Adams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Campos? No. No. Commissioner Cruz?
No.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Powell?
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott?
No.
I vote no. What's the vote?
4-3.
4-3. All right, it's not tabled. Resolution, we're back to Resolution 613. Could I have a motion for Resolution 613?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Elliott. Discussion around 613. Commissioner White.
Yeah, if I understand this particular resolution correctly, it calls in short for the closure of number 44 school. Now, you all remember, if I've read that correctly, and somebody please tell me if I have not, but if I've read that correctly, that is a resolution that calls for the closure of a school. And I don't want to make assumptions, but I would bet that our policy respecting school closures was not followed here. If I'm wrong on that, I'm sure somebody will tell me, and I would be happy to hear that we went through that particular policy. But you all recall the last time we spoke, I said, okay, I'll understand, and I appreciate the fact that, people were working in good faith, and I think I voted in favor of a resolution, or actually I didn't vote in favor of it. I think I just said I don't want to stand in the way of this good work being done. But I did sort of suggest that I would not be so personally indulgent again if it happened again. And again, I'm not attributing any ill will or ill motives on anybody's part, but at some point, Jose's going to go through that program, that policy book, and he's going to say, okay, these are all our policies, right? What was the point of you doing that, Jose, if, in fact, these are, and this is rhetorical, of course, Jose, what's the point of going through that policy book and then saying, okay, these are our policies if we're not going to follow them? And again, I'm not trying to suggest any ill will on anybody's part, but at a certain point, the rubber has to hit the road, and we have to comply with our own policy regulations. So that is why I supported, and I'm not sure exactly where Commissioner Powell was coming from, but that's why I supported tabling it, and I heard Commissioner Cruz whisper, well, why are we tabling this? And I appreciate the fact, but now you know why because again, I told you guys, I think it was last month, I wasn't going to do this again. And it doesn't even relate to the merits of 44 closing down or not. As Commissioner Adams tried to encourage me the last time, it has to do with our own, people say it all the time, we have to follow our own rules with integrity. We have to be consistent. And my God, guys, if we're not going to pay attention to our own rules, why bother?
The reason why I voted no to table was just because I wanted to have a little discussion here around this. Because one of the things I don't want to send the administration mixed messages. And I don't want to blame them for this because we asked them to come back with a recommendation. Perhaps maybe they should have said, maybe we should have said to them, before you make the recommendation to us, go and do what you're saying is done in the policy. But we asked them, we told them, because there was a whole conversation we heard from the folks at School 10 about their worries about being moved to school number 1. So we asked the administration to come up with an alternative plan. So they were just bringing that alternative plan in the context of the facilities modernization plan. So, I mean, obviously, I don't know, Mr. Superintendent, how much time we have, but I did just want to acknowledge that the administration was doing what the board asked them to do in terms of bringing back a recommendation. Now, if we table it, fine, but I just thought that it was important to have that discussion. Commissioner Powell.
Yeah. I hope that any one of the folks who voted not to table would bring that back to the floor for reconsideration now that we're having this discussion. But here's my issue, and actually the issue of community input is actually the least of my issues Commissioner White. There are several other concerns that trump that. And Mr. President, you alluded to it. Last month, we asked the administration to reconsider. We had no information about what the criteria the administration was using when it included the closure of the School 37 building. We have no information about the criteria that was used to make it, to change that decision to School 44. Now, I'll bet you that Commissioner Adams and I both intuitively understand that this is the better choice. But I hate that I have to be put in a position to vote on something as important as this, not based on data, but based on intuition. What if the administration only looked at revisiting this because they feel and sense the political expediency of it? Because they feel that there's pressure to go a different direction, but that's only a feeling, only an intuition. That's not a basis. That is not a sound basis for decision making. You know how strenuously I urge for established criteria and metrics, and I don't see it. And it wasn't brought to Finance Committee so that we could see it there. And it was only a week away. The administration has missed the opportunity to sell this to us on its merits. And I ask that, given that both Commissioner Adams and I were on the phone call with Chuck Zaberla, where it was clear that having passed the resolution we passed last month, there is no sense of urgency about making this decision at this time. What I think is more important is that the administration bring us the data that they use, not only to make this decision, but that they use to make the last decision, and tell us why this decision is better than the one that they made last time. And while we're at it, let's have the administration present to us a plan on how they're going to engage the public. And if that's the data that I'm looking for, this is a hell of a timing. This doesn't give us an opportunity to digest the material. So understanding that the closing isn't projected to happen for literally years from now, then maybe the administration should be presenting their engagement plan with this community. We can discuss this resolution. We can amend or rescind this resolution in the future based on community input or lack thereof. But the fact is, with a closing date of 2020, why aren't we talking to the community? Why don't we have or why have we not been presented with a plan on how the community will be engaged?
Well, I think my only point was that I think the administration was doing what we asked. So if we're asking for further things, we should just ask for that and not chastise them for doing what we asked. The other thing I would add, Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if this was presented to the board members. Did the board members get this? I believe it was sent. The matrix of comparison of buildings 1, 23, 37, 10, 43, 44, and 57?
It was sent.
Yeah.
But I promised this board
Yeah.
that
I remember getting a copy
you
of
say
it.
about not chastising, because there's nothing more difficult than when you have people working so hard and presenting information to people.
Yeah, I think if we want more information, we can just ask for more information and just leave it at that. But I think that it's important to recognize here that they did, and I'm the first to chastise privately. But I think it's important to recognize that we asked them to look at other alternatives. They looked for other alternatives. They brought them. If we want other alternatives, I think we should just say that, and they can bring that. If board members did not have the opportunity to get this, then we can table it, and then there can be a session where they can go through this information. Maybe it was just sent to me. I'm not sure. But this has the buildings. It has building 1, building 23. It has the comparison of the buildings, why it was decided, the facilities conditions, and then the matrix of why they did the evaluation and chose the school the School 44 area, along with estimated cost of the cost of modernization. So, did members not see that? Okay, then if not, then we can, then I think we can take it from there and just table it.
I would just say, just so that we're clear, I certainly wasn't attempting to chastise
No,
anyone.
we're not.
And I also want to say, I had a conversation, no, and I appreciate that, but I had a conversation with somebody in the district, and one of the things that we were sharing in our lunch conversation was, this district is obviously going to be around when all of us are long gone, and the goal is to have a legacy of an improved district. And that doesn't happen by these monthly expenditures or these resolutions. I'm convinced, and there may be people who disagree with me, that the legacy that we all will leave, at least as board members, most certainly, is in the policy statements. Those are the things that create systemic change. And my point is, yes, we want to make sure that the community has been engaged in the decision about closing down the school. We talk about neighborhood schools. So obviously, we created a policy that would allow that level of engagement. And my point is, if we don't, with integrity, apply and enforce our policies, we have no legacy, because you all are all going to leave this dais. You all are going to leave this planet. The only thing that we can do to ensure, well, Jose says he's going to be around for a while, but the only thing that we can do to ensure a continued presence in an improved district is by the policy. So if we don't, so with all due respect, I know they are working hard, and I try to say that as often as I can, and I recognize as much as I can, but that hard work, in my mind, is fruitless and will not create the permanent systemic change unless everybody first thinks about board policy. So if we gave them a charge to do X, Y, and Z, the first thing that they and we should think about is, what is there a board policy? And again, you just spent, I don't know how many months going over all these policies. The first thing, if we want to create something permanent and systemic, is everybody here, including if we give you a charge, should think, what does the board policy say about this charge that the board has given us? This is a board, this charge, this request is to close down or figure out other options. Is there a board policy that addresses when we close down school buildings? Yeah, there is, and that's policy X, Y, and Z. Let's comply with the board's request by doing the board policy. So that means when Bohan is gone, when I'm gone, people are going to comply with the policy. That creates a systemic change that the district needs to have going forward from now until eternity. This momentary things that we do don't change things. Policy. Everybody else tells us we're policymakers, we're policymakers. That is our charge. And if we can't expect that our staff people will instinctively think, how do I comply with this request from a board member, from a board? It's by looking to the policy. That's my point. It's not even about 44 school. It is important that we engage the community. But my goodness, if we're going to create something that's lasting, I believe it comes through enforcement of our own policy.
Mr. President?
Commissioner Elliott.
I'm wondering, in order to comply with the policy, if we could amend the resolution that says something to the effect to include the closure of Lincoln Park School number 44 in 2020-21 school year, something to the effect that they will meet with that school community. I'm not sure exactly how to word that, but that they will, considering that they would have contact or meetings with that school community.
Mr. President, the only, I appreciate that suggestion.
We didn't have a chance to review this, so.
I'm sorry, the only response I would say to that is, again, we created a policy that's very clear. It says, go to the improvement zones. You know, we created a Northeast Improvement Zone, we created a South Improvement Zone, and these were impaneled by people. I mean, there was a whole process that this board created. And while I appreciate your comment, Commissioner Elliott, it doesn't comply with the process. The process was very clear, and we didn't just, it wasn't just a knee-jerk process we created. We created it because, you guys recall, there was all this brouhaha about school, and it was under a prior administration, thank you very much, right? All this brouhaha about schools closing and all this uproar, and we said, we don't want that. We want to make sure that the community is engaged. So, again, either, you know, we have the policy, or we say to Commissioner Cruz, say, listen, when you get to that policy, we don't need that anymore. let's just do that. Right? And I'm not suggesting that, but, right?
Mr. President.
Yes, Commissioner Cruz.
I think part of the challenge is that when we initially created that policy, we were looking at closing one school at a time for whatever the reason was. But I think this is in the context of the whole FNP process now, where we're closing multiple amount of schools. So, maybe part of the discussion should be, is there a way of exempting the FNP schools from the school closure policy, given that if the administration were to add up the hours upon hours upon hours of meetings, community meetings, school building level meetings, meetings here when we've had presentations and summits and all of these hours and hours of all of that, I think if you add all those things together, it probably goes far and beyond what we have in our current policy for closing one school. So I think that, one of the things we can take a look at is obviously exempting those out, and then in the future, if there's anything outside of the FNP closures, that those will be treated as indicated in our policy, which was the initial impetus for the policy.
Could I add to that?
Commissioner Adams.
The policy actually has a statement that says the steps identified above may be waived by the Board of Education in the event of an emergency or other exigent circumstances determined and articulated by resolution of the Board of Education. So there is a possibility for that. I spent a lot of time thinking about this because of the sort of flustered reaction I had at the last meeting when Commissioner White raised the issue of questioning the compliance with our policy. I think that the fact, when I checked the dates of when the policy was implemented, when the FMP recommendations came, when public hearings were held and so on, and I think the argument could be made that we did have quite extensive public hearings in the context of all of these schools being considered prior to the passage of the school closure policy. On the other side, on the other hand, I do have real persisting concerns about our ability and commitment to truly engage communities around the school closing plan. And one of my other thoughts was that in terms of the School 44 in particular, this is like 8 years into the future. There are other schools in the FMP resolution that was passed last month that are quite far into the future where the effects will take place. And so there's a reasonable timeline to continue to engage communities in meaningful ways. But I'm concerned because there are near-term schools affected, namely 54 and 30, where I've heard concerns from school communities that they've not been adequately engaged even at this late point relative to the impact. So, and that's not chastising, that's just, looking at the evidence and looking at the reasonable expectation that there will be deep community engagement if we were to make such an exception based on what our policy allows, but with the reservation that the evidence is concerning in terms of how deeply we are engaging these schools that are being closed. And it's a huge thing to close a school. And we really need, I know I've personally spent quite a bit of time with the School 30 community, but that's, there has to be the really systemic, administrative, nitty-gritty meeting placement needs and so on. So that's my sort of two sides of how I'm weighing this after some pretty intense consideration after last month.
Anyone else?
Mr. President?
Commissioner Powell?
If I could respond to Commissioner Cruz's remark that FMP and the sheer numbers of schools that we're having to consider might weigh into this. And I would say yes and no. Last month, that was part of the equation. We made a decision about a whole bunch of schools last month and without considering the policy. This month, we are being asked to look at it again very quickly with a single month turnover. And this closing in isolation. As I said, Commissioner Adams and I were privy to a conversation with Chuck Saberla from SED. And I got the very distinct impression that the resolution we passed last month was more than adequate to meet his needs in terms of being able to advocate on our behalf for FMP Phase 2 funding. when the time comes that there's legislation, which, oh, by the way, there still is not. I do not see the urgency. I don't see, even though this is essentially an amendment to our FMP, okay, plan, I do not see the urgency of why we should suspend our policy, why the board should be asked to make an exception to our policy, given that this is projected for very far out in the future, that we've essentially satisfied the immediate needs that SED was presenting to us. The immediate threat was they weren't going to get behind our phase 2 legislation unless they could see proof that we intended to close schools. Last month, we delivered the proof. Now, let us be more deliberate and let us abide by our own rules in the doing.
All right, well, I mean, the fact is some of you have said you haven't seen this, so board members probably should review this before you vote on anything, because this may inform your decision and allow you to have have the questions, but I think it was important to at least have the conversation before we would move to table something with zero conversation. Anyone want to move to table?
I'd make a motion to table.
Second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? All right. Ayes have it. All right, I would say review this information. The superintendent told me he will resend this out to board members, and then hopefully next meeting, if not after that, we can move forward on Resolution 613 after everyone has had ample time to review that, the rationale that was submitted by the administration. 614 through 626 are other resolutions. Many of them are related to the policies that Commissioner Cruz mentioned and other things. I'll entertain a motion for, moved by Commissioner Elliott. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Commissioner White. Conversations around 614 through 626.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, Resolution 616 has created some consternation out there. It's with regard to pre-K funding. I guess I have just a couple questions that I need some information on before I decide how I wanted to vote on this. I saw a chart. Mr. Superintendent, that had the amounts and all that kind of good stuff, and I got some clarification, so I'm okay on some of it. I guess one question I had was that there is a certain amount that the district gets from the state to be able to provide UPK services, right? Mm-hmm. And then we contract with these agencies, which do phenomenal work. Yet the difference between what we get and what they actually get paid out, in some cases, could be pretty substantial. And I guess what Katie was saying that we get up to $5,600 per student. I don't know if that's the case or not, but there is a difference in what we get and what we pay out to agencies. I guess my question is, what is the difference? Why the difference? And B, what do we end up doing with that difference?
Well, the difference, right now there is even difference among the outside providers. Some people are getting more than others.
Right.
And it has to do with services, but also you're probably seeing, I hope each one of you has seen it, that we have a very aggressive campaign for publicity to register students and parents. So that we had to spend money for that, to promote the program, for administrative costs. So there are all the associated costs, but having been one that, when this program came, promoted the use of community-based organization, the concern is valid. What we did is to comply with the law that we put in IFP. And we were asked for individual to tell us, give us your budget, what are the costs associated with running the program. And there are some grievances that some people have, and I will be meeting with them, but my understanding was that the outcome of that some agencies were able to show us. For example, we have some kids that have some special need. You might say, for example, that Ibero, because you provide bilingual services, that you have to go extra mileage to, let's say, to provide translation to parents and parent engagement, that is an associated cost. And that's why I mentioned to Jackie or to anyone to tell me in specific what the issues are, and I'd be willing to take a look at it. But Robin, will you come to the please? Yep.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Robin Hooper, and I'm the Early Childhood Director. And I wanted to share with you that we are required, we should be using an RFP process, and that's something that's been communicated with me by the State Education Department. We're also currently being audited. We're in the middle of an audit. And what we've asked the agencies to do is submit their actual costs for running the program. And that's what we're basing the per child amount on their budgets. And so we've done a lot of negotiating back and forth because the costs have to reflect the actual cost of providing the program. Before that, we provided a flat rate, and we ran into problems with that. We had some agencies that would contact us at the end of the year and say, what can I spend this money on? Because we had to spend it all by the end of the year or lose it, return it to the state and not get that money the following year. We had other agencies that were starting to run out of money before the year ended. So we knew we had to do something about that and make sure that we were paying what it actually costs to run the program.
Correct. And Commissioner Cruz, I think his question is pretty valid. What he's saying is that there seems to be a significant gap, and I wonder if you can...
And there's much that we're required to provide to all the agencies, and actually the whole district. Professional development that we provide for all of the pre-K teachers. Technical support, that's in the regulations. We're required to provide technical support to the agencies. And we do to the schools, and we provide that in the form of technical support teachers who are, they are designated to work with certain agencies and schools.
In other words, what you're saying that there's additional cost to the district by providing
several additional
professional development,
costs.
technical support, and advertisement, and so on.
And
maybe excuse me, Rob, maybe what we need to do is to provide greater clarity to Commissioner Cruz's question. So if you don't mind, we will work on this and give you more specific into why the gap. And also, there have been other questions, maybe you can answer why some agents are getting more than others.
And it's definitely based on the budgets they've submitted. In some cases, I think that some agencies should be submitting more in certain categories, but we don't have the right to tell agencies what they pay their teacher or other areas like that.
So just to follow up, so if you can just, Mr. Superintendent, the percentage, the administrative cost percentage compared to the overall.
And it's not administrative, but it's actually things in the regulations that we're required to provide to all the programs, so.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Superintendent, that would be extremely helpful to understand because, again, and listen, I'm not in a position here to chastise anybody because I don't think that's not what I'm doing. But I think it helps me, and I'm sure I'm speaking for my colleagues here, it helps us that when we're asked a question in a meeting or with other folks that we're dealing with, if we're able to say, these are the reasons why, right? And sometimes what happens is that we get bombarded, and I get accosted, and we get accosted, family and picnics and, ask these questions about why do we do some things. And I think it's just, if we could get a sense of more proactivity here, and anticipate that we're going to be asked these questions ahead of time, that we provided with the information, right? So that when we're passing a resolution like this, to be honest with you, Mr. Superintendent, I think My question is very basic and should be honestly have been anticipated from the board members. And, things like, very quick, very simple questions. The second question I have is, and you answered it in terms of why are we now going to the RFP process, right? So you've already answered that.
Yes.
Very simple. I think those things that could have been anticipated to help us. There's now a rating criteria that you're now using, right?
Well, it's part of the RFP process.
I understand that, but there's now a rating criteria that we're using. People are asking me, why am I rated number 1 versus number 19? No answer. But I think if that information was provided to us ahead of time, you wouldn't have a bunch of these kinds of questions and this kind of reaction. But other than that, and my last question is, I'd love to see a report on what the ethnic breakdown is of all of the individuals who are participating in our UPK program, to get a sense of what that participation is like. But, so, if I...
Well, maybe you and Robin can work and provide, I think Commissioner Cruz, like question and answer. And you are correct that we should have anticipated some of those questions, although some of them were answered in the RFP. And
I understand but you know what? I didn't see the RFP.
Should be more.
Right, we did not
correct.
see the RFP. We don't know what was on it. We're only reacting to what people are saying is on it. So, again, those kinds of things are critical for us to be able to respond to, and,
I think you're right. When we will provide you on the board question and answer, and maybe we can use that as a model for more challenging or things like that. Maybe each one we could learn from using lesson learned from what you're saying in the future. So for Beverly and Robin, we'll work on it. And then the other thing is I will be meeting with some of the people who have a specific concern to make sure that at least we listen, and if there's way in which we can address their concern, they will be addressed.
Commissioner Adams and then Commissioner
Thank
White.
you.
Thank you, and if you could just send me the questions,
I've
and
got more
Beverly.
questions for her. Are your
Commissioner
questions
Adams.
around
Commissioner Adams.
pre-K?
Yeah.
Yep, Commissioner Adams.
Ms. Katie asked us to reconsider the contracts. Now, if we approve this evening, are we approving those contracts that she asked us to reconsider?
Well, I don't know legally because the RFP is something that we had to be, General Counsel, I don't know if you or Gary could answer this question because it's an important question. But we are being audited right now on one of the processes that we must follow for the integrity of the process. But Gary is our person that has that expertise.
Good evening, Commissioners. We did issue the RFP, and I will try to be very brief. Dr. Vargas actually did meet with all the CBOs back in December, letting them know that we were going to issue an RFP in January. And we issued the RFP. We sent emails out to the current CBOs, and we posted it on BidNet. We advertised it. We did everything possible that we could to get information out to the community that the RFP was out there. We had 22 respondents. We had actually a pre-proposal conference meeting where virtually everyone attended, and then we had an addendum with 88 questions that were asked, and we answered those 88 questions. It's a typical RFP process. However, this one was very complicated because we'd never done it before. We made every communication. Once they all had a budget. It was an Excel spreadsheet that they filled out, and they submitted it to the committee. By the way, Jackie was part of the evaluation process. Jackie Katie was. We had her read all of the submitted proposals and give us feedback. And we also had 2 parents that sat on the presentations. But that aside, the SED and we're following New York City's pattern. We actually had some help from them with what their budgets are for their UPK, and they range from just over $1,000 per student to around $4,000 per student. And SED is asking every school district to pay for what are the actual costs. And this RFP resulted in that, the conclusion that we do have there are 18 being recommended there, although we recommended 20. that we have their budgets based on their actual costs.
So can I just, President, can I ask a follow-up question about the,
Yeah, please.
so only direct costs are allowed, so we're not allowed to, they're not allowed to include in that per pupil cost any of their overhead or indirect costs at all?
We had guidelines, 17 and a half hours for teachers, 17 and a half hours for paras, 20 hours for supervision, 40 hours for supervision, 10 hours for food service, 17 and a half hours for custodial, instructional supplies, $125 per child. It goes on, three field trips per class. These are all guidelines that we gave every provider, and they gave us budgets. What would that actually cost to provide that for our UPK students?
Excuse me, but could you answer the question? The question that I need an answer for, Commissioner Aaron, is the question is, and my question as well, if they were to table this and you were to revisit, is that legally allowed, given that our AFP process is something that you must, would that compromise the integrity of the process? Who can answer that for me? And if we don't have an answer tonight, then we can provide at some other point. But I do think that an IFP process, now the board is entitled to send us to revisit this, or we could table and answer this question for you, because I think the question that you're asking is very important. You want to know.
If the concern is that across the board we've underfunded these community-based organizations, which is what I heard Jackie Katie saying. If that's the concern, all I'm trying to see is if there's a potential solution that doesn't really, I mean, it means less money into the district's budget, but is there a way to, across the board, adjust somehow, or to, if they underestimated in this new competitive bidding process, if they underestimated what they were allowed to budget for example, in addition to like all those guidelines that you listed, if there's indirect costs for running their agency that could legitimately be included, and if there would be a way to adjust it, that's what I'm asking for.
Correct, but your question is what I trust and I'm sure that they follow the guideline of the state, and you cannot deviate from that.
I'm not suggesting that there was
I can explain it a little more.
non-compliance, I'm
No,
just.
but yeah, if I may, Mr. President, Mary's question is a very simple question. You know, for things like indirect expenses.
We allowed that. What we have to do, it's very, very spelled out for us, like, we have to take the total square footage of an agency, and let's say they have a rental agreement, we have to prorate the amount that's used for the UPK program, and that amount is allowable to be added into the budget. Administrative costs are allowed to be added into the budget, but it has to be prorated. If the agency is a child care agency and they have a certain number of children that are there for child care and then a certain number of children are there for UPK, that has to be prorated. It's it's pretty basic. We did run into some issues where let's say an agency came in and did a presentation and they only had 2 classrooms. And they asked me a question, and the question was, why won't you allow us to charge 28 hours of an accountant on our budget, and for the 2 classrooms? And they asked it very innocently, and what I had to respond to them was, any costs that you have, I have to be able to defend in a state ed audit, and I can't defend 28 hours of an accountant for 2 classrooms. So that's the lens that we had to examine everything through. Would this be allowable by the state if they come to review it? Because any money that we allowed that the state wouldn't allow, we might have to pay it back as a district. So that's a heavy responsibility. I do think that there are areas where some agencies could have included more, such teacher salary, or perhaps some other areas. There were some areas that agencies that have been allowed to charge off in the past that weren't allowed this time around as we carefully scrutinized it.
So, Mr. President, if I may just follow up. So is there still some time to negotiate this out, or are we running out of time to do this?
Well, let me just, if I could.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get, so your question is there still time to negotiate?
Because if not, we'll just table it and then just revisit,
Well,
right?
if I may, although I have to stay, I do know that my agency as well as other agencies have children who are ready to go into those programs now.
Yeah.
We have, last that I knew a couple of weeks ago, we had 25 applications, and they're waiting on this
So
to
they're
be
waiting on us,
approved.
they're waiting on us.
Right.
Exactly. Commissioner,
There is another piece of information that you should know that might help you make this decision, and that is there was another category called enhancements that we allowed, and we are looking at those, and those could end up resulting, and they will, in some increased funding for some agencies where they've put in for expenses like transportation. We will be able to allow what we can afford, you know, out of what's left of the money, some transportation and some other enhancements that aren't required to run the program, but that are desirable. So that's another piece that's part of this.
okay, so we're going through 614 through 626.
I
Questions on 614.
I just still have some last minute comment on that, but I think Commissioner White had a
Okay,
question.
Commissioner White, 614.
Yeah, you know, this sort of makes me think about similar issues. When we, you know, I've been very fortunate to chair ESA, and I've heard repeatedly, and I've accepted it as welcome news, that our pre-K is one of the best in the region, in the state, nation, right? And these kinds of questions can be expected when, you know, you're altering something that is working, right? And not just in this context, but frequently this board hears these kinds of concerns. And then what we get in response is, look at the data that suggests that what we're doing is working. We can think of a recent example of that that has nothing to do with pre-K. But this is an example where the district's own people, you in particular, have come to ESA and said, we have got, and rightly so, we have got the best pre-K program. It is a shining example. And then we hear, so it's not, no one's come up in defense of this program. We hear you guys are changing. Now, there may be some good reasons behind this, you know, cost efficiencies and so forth, but respectfully, we don't do too much that people hold us up as an example. We don't do all, unfortunately. We're getting there. We're working hard at it. But pre-K was really our crown jewel in some respects, and we're all very proud of that. And now, all of a sudden, we hear, perhaps for legitimate reasons, you want to change the way. And that makes me a bit concerned, you know, and have we thought through, and I'm sure you have, don't take this the wrong way, have we thought through what the consequences might be for one of the few things that everybody says we do well and that people are saying we ought to expand? And then the other thing, I think I heard Commissioner Cruz ask it, and I think you did provide an answer, but what happens to this extra money when we become more efficient and we make sure that they're only getting the dollars that they deserve? And have we thought, will and I'm sure you have, because I know how much you love this, what we do, have we thought, might we suffer any? Like, we cannot afford to lose the quality that you and other people work so hard for. And I'm concerned that we're kind of messing with the mixture here.
I hear what you're
Right.
saying, and I want to let you know, too, that some agencies are actually getting more money
Okay.
that needed it. The ones that were running out of money before, they're actually getting more. Not everybody is getting less, and that's what it was meant to do. There is another need area that I'm concerned about that I'd like to be able to use some money for if I don't know how much we'll have left over after we do enhancements, but we need to bring the level of technology up in the agencies to the level that we're going to in the schools. And this is a real need area, and it's a difficult one that I've been struggling with because we can't provide tech support for the computers and maybe iPads. And we need to do that so that we have an equal level for children going into kindergarten, and it's also part of the Common Core standards. So we do have a weak area here that I've seen and identified, and I've been talking with Tim Kleiby about it in our technology department, trying to problem solve how can we provide these kinds of things for our agencies and make sure that they have them, at least classroom computers, for children to use with a mouse. We have some that are about 10 years old that we got through a grant. They're called Little Tykes that are still in some of these classrooms. We need to upgrade those. We need to be able to have maybe 4 iPads in a pre-K classroom like we do in kindergarten to help the children have access to this. I do think technology is one of the things that divides the haves from the have-nots, and it's a very valuable tool, and it's part of Common Core standards. So that is something that I'm looking to purchase if we can do so.
Commissioner Cruz?
And I echo Commissioner White's comments. I think we've got a great program. You know, I think anytime there's change, there's always going to be some confusion. But there's something you said that I thought I'm sorry, Robin, you said that caught my ear, and that is that you think that they could have, you know of some agencies and situations where they could have asked for more. That troubles me a little bit because, right, and I guess I'm trying to figure out as to why that might be the case. Could it be, you know, lack of information on their part or lack of clarity on ours?
I think it may be that some agencies
Tell me both. Tell me both.
Paying their teachers a certain amount. I won't name any names, but we do have agencies that pay their teachers $15 an hour. That's not a reasonable wage for a teacher, a certified teacher, and we require all our teachers in our agencies to be certified the same way that we do in our schools.
All right, so if, for timeline's sake, if, gentlemen?
I know.
We're dealing with a family situation here.
Okay, so anyway, here's a technical question for us, and that is that even if we were to approve this tonight and you change some of those amounts for those folks receiving those grants, it might have to come back to us, right? Because the amounts have changed.
Not according to the way this is written.
The amounts in the resolution.
Right.
All right.
We're approving the providers, right?
providing the providers,
We do this every year. All we're doing is providing providers because we're not expending money on something that we don't know how many kids they're going to have.
All right,
So for example, Commissioner Elliott mentioned her organization has 25. In 2 months, they could have 50. They could have 75. So we pay based on the amount. We're approving the providers of people that we are agreeing that are going to that are going to be providing pre-K. We don't know how many kids they're going to have, these organizations are going to have yet. So this tonight is about approving the organizations that we are saying are going to provide pre-K to our kids, not how much we're going to pay them, because we don't know at this point how many kids they're going to have.
The resolution, and I'm sorry if I'm not understanding the finances of it, but it looked like it's a per pupil rate that was agreed to in the RFP. So if there were going to be adjustments based on teacher salaries, but again, I'm just a question.
What is the question?
Yeah, I don't know the question.
The question is whether the per pupil rate would change if there were adjustments in things like teacher salaries rather than just the absolute number of pupils enrolled.
But there's not a number in here, is it? It just says per pupil rate, so
But it references a per pupil rate that was in the RFP.
Yes, but it also in the RFP talks about the enhancements, and those have not been examined yet because first we have to approve the base budget, then we can look at what's left for the enhancements. So we didn't give a specific dollar amount in there on purpose for that reason, because there is still more to come with the money for the enhancements and, you know, whether or not we purchase other things. So I do believe there's some wiggle room there.
Call it question.
Call a question, Mr. President.
All right. Okay, so, good. We can call the question on all the resolutions, 614 through 626, good. All those in favor of 614 through 626? Because those are the resolutions that we're talking about. Please say aye.
Abstain
Aye.
from six.
Okay, I heard an abstention. The clerk will note the abstentions. Please note that I abstained from the one for Catholic Family Center. And you'll note the abstention from Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Elliott. And Commissioner.
For 616.
For 616. Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Those have been noted. Resolution's done. We're done with resolutions. Unfinished business? No, we have table resolutions. That's right. Wait a minute. 614 through 626 is what we were voting on. All right, there are table resolutions from the end of your packet. I forgot, folks. Yeah, I'll take them individually. Commissioner Wright, you want to speak to 543? You kind of talked about that in your report.
543?
531 being, 531 is no longer. 531 is
Is what?
543?
543. Information management.
543, 545, and 549 are resolutions that were tabled. Let's take 543 first. Motion to approve 543? Moved by Commissioner Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, where did Commissioner Campos go? Okay, 543 was moved, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this, Commissioner White? I don't know if you want to add anything. This came through ESA. All those in favor of 543, please say aye. 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 The ayes have it. Thank you. 545.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Moved and seconded. Commissioner White?
Did anything, has this resolution changed at all since the last time?
There is information on the dais in green.
Yeah, there's like.
Oh, yeah, I did see this. I did have a chance to look at this, and I was wondering, I saw the second page that talked about number of judge referrals, number of youth participants. Was there any thing about recidivism? I thought I'd mentioned that term or referenced that issue, you know. To what extent is this program successful? I see that you guys have provided us. Who else participates to the fund of this? It sort of strikes me that I don't see the city of Rochester, where the program originally originated. No, it's city of the police department, $7,500. And I can tell you, I was there. Initially, the city's support was much more significant than that. But there's really nothing about, you know, any indicators that would tell us whether this thing is working or not. And one of the indicators I would think, a lead indicator would be, what's the recidivism rate? And I know this district may not personally possess that information, but you would think if we're giving somebody money, we would want to know what your deliverables are. And one of your deliverables would be to the extent that you're able to deliver a lower recidivism rate than, you know, some other activity. So I appreciate the effort that went into talking about who were the other funders, because I think Jose or somebody did ask that question. But mine was, if we're going to make these kinds of cuts because of budgetary constraints, I think I framed it this way: what's the framework under which we will do that? This seems to be a specific description of this particular program. But again, I think I raised this, and I think Melissa expressed a similar concern. And it's going to come up again, or it has come up previously, but how do we make these kinds of decisions? This is some detailed information, but it doesn't get to, you know, for example, if the recidivism rate is much lower than it is for kids who don't go through the program, you would think that would be a program we would want to continue to fund or find somebody to fund it. We don't have that information. We talked about this in the context of grants. When grants go away, do we, and I think Dr. Vargas conceded that in some instances we don't know whether the grant that went away was working or not. And that's something we should know. I know some of you may be exacerbated. I've done this before. I see people somewhat frustrated as late, but this is important work of the board. And when we ask questions, legitimate questions, you know, I think people should give it their, and I'm not saying people didn't give their best effort, but I don't see the answer to my question. I don't see the response to Commissioner Campos's concern. I think that was her concern too. What's the framework in which we do this? What this is good. This is a framework in which you guys understand data about Teen Corps. But how, if you're gonna cut it, and we understand there's a budgetary need, if you're gonna cut it, how do you do that? What decisions do you make? And one of the decisions you would make is its effectiveness. There's nothing here that tells me whether this program is effective or not. And if it turns out to be effective, if the recidivism rate is 25%, those of us who work the criminal justice system as prosecutors and defense attorneys know a 25% recidivism rate is something that's to be invested in. We don't know that. If it doesn't work, let's not fund it. And you kill two birds with one stone. You save money, put money to where it's supposed to be, and you kill a program that doesn't work. Mr. President, again, not to chastise, but this doesn't tell me what we need to know.
Anything else on 545?
It occurs to me we only have three choices. One is to go.
Bless you.
Sorry?
I was blessing Chip.
Oh.
We were blessing each other. Sorry.
Okay. The three choices, one is to approve this with an amount lower than we have funded it in the past. To not approve it, which means like no money at all, I guess. Is that, if we vote no on this, does that mean that the program gets zero instead of less than it was getting? And the third, and if that's correct, then the only other option we have is to table this again and and give this another month to cook and see if more time sheds light, or more energy, more specifically applied to it, sheds more light on the subject. It seems like those are the only options we have.
Well, I don't know, you willing to say that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, but if by doing that, we're holding up the money that I'm sure they so desperately need now.
Well,
I don't think there's anything to prevent us from increasing it at a later date, but I think it's important that we at least get.
We could amend the budget.
Yeah, I mean, we can always give more, but I think that it's important to at least get this money in folks' hands now.
Well, let me ask this question then. Did we not already allocate these funds in last year's budget? If so, we passed this resolution, aren't we actually reversing ourselves on a commitment we already made in the budget?
It's a good question.
In which case, doing nothing or voting against this would mean that they continue to get the money they got they continue to get the money that was actually allocated to them in the budget.
You know, Commissioner Powell, I had asked that the first day this came up, and I really wasn't clear what the answer was to that. And because I specifically asked, is this a reduction or is this a new allocation? And to be honest, I don't know what the answer was.
Well, which one is it?
Bill, you.
Mr. Ansbro, yeah. Yes. Yeah, I mean, my assumption was that it was going forward into next year. If we're incorrect, then Commissioner Powell is correct.
No, maybe I've talked about this, so I imagine it, but I thought we talked about that in the current year, it was 50. The proposal was to go down to 7,500 in the current year, and for the upcoming year as well, for 7,500 for 30.
But what was in the 2012-13 budget for this?
The question is, was it included in the original budget document that the board adopted?
Yes, the answer is yes.
So,
and the agency was notified, I believe, about 4 months ago of our intent to pull back on this number as we look throughout the year to prepare for the upcoming budget and began to tighten our belts for the upcoming budget.
So just a point of clarification. So so this is a little different. So this amount.
This would be to reduce
This
monies
is reducing what was already
allocated.
allocated, that was already approved within the budget?
In the 12-13 budget.
Yeah, so this is 12,
Correct.
So, oh, wow, okay, that's different. All right.
So, to answer your question,
Then if we vote no,
it's-
then the figure
stays the
that we
same.
allocated in the budget stands.
No, is that correct? I mean, I'm not.
That's what I'm hearing you say.
I don't know if that's true from a legal interpretation of the resolution.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is that if a budget was passed with a program line for something for X amount, let's say $50,000, this is kind of amending what was already allocated, correct? So if this resolution is not voted on, then stare decisis, the original amount stands, right? Stare decisis, the original amount stands. Am I correct there? But I just want to make sure I'm right. We're right.
I could speak to the math, I'm not going to speak to the...
Might I, because I think it sounds like it's going to be a longer kind of question in terms of some information that we're going to need. And I think there are some questions here that I think we need answered. I would motion to table this until next month. And if, to be honest with you, if the answers aren't forthcoming and there is no compelling reason, I'd be the first one to vote this one down, because what it would do is just continue their budget amounts. But
that's the question, though. That's the question that we need.
Right. So, and I think if, provided that we get the information that we're looking for, then we can certainly do that. But my motion to table.
Mr. Lopez, you had something you wanted to say or no? Okay, no? All right, you'll research it, okay? Motion to table.
Before you do that.
Before the motion
to table.
Commissioner White.
Let me just be clear that when we talk about, now that we understand that it is a budget reduction, what's the rationale for reducing it? And in my mind, the rationale would include whether the program is effective, not who's, and I think these are important questions that were answered, who's funding it, how many students were served, but additionally, the question would be, how effective is the program? From my vantage point, recidivism would be a good benchmark to begin with. How many of these kids go back to doing this stuff? assuming it's available. And then if it's not available, why are we funding programs that can't give you that kind of data?
Motion on the table, Mr. President.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. All right, 5:45. We're almost done here. 5:49.
549, Mr. President.
Was there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner White?
Yeah, do we have any update on this? This was the one where it was tabled from the last time because there was some question about the legal implications of this, of a Fourth Department decision? Whether it was even legal for the board to surrender this kind of function to the superintendent?
Yeah, there were some questions about that, and I think that to the extent that there's just that one decision, it would be up in the air, but as we discussed, parking lot, I think.
Parking lot.
I think that we can accomplish the same goal by doing other things. So if the board isn't comfortable with the resolution, we can, I think we can get to the same point without having to pass that resolution.
Okay.
And I'm working with Ed on bringing that to you. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
That's fine.
So this resolution was only brought back as a perfunctory matter because all resolutions that are tabled have to be brought back to next meeting? Okay, all right. All right, anything else on this? All right, it's the last resolution of the night. All, okay, it's been moved. Calling the question. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no?
No.
No? All right, we'll get that done. We'll look at the new guidelines that legal and HR will be giving us.
So what was the vote on 549?
It was no.
But it's going to come back before, so.
It's going to come
So
back with
what-
another, it's going to
In a
come back
different
with,
format.
within a different format.
Okay.
That accomplishes the same thing. All right, that concludes resolutions.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. President?
Point of personal privilege, we got to go in executive session, but go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that Peter Carpino of the United Way invited providers to come in to talk about the superintendent's issue around truancy. And I just want to share with my colleagues that the providers who were at that meeting are very encouraged and very excited about participating in this. And so there'll be succeeding meetings around how the nonprofits can support the superintendent's initiative around truancy. And as that information is available, I will bring it to you all. But I just wanted to let you know that.
No, that's good to hear. Great to hear. Anything else to come before we go into executive session? We only have one resolution in executive session. It's a 10-year resolution. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
It's a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. We're in executive session downstairs, please.